Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning. I'll have you guys know, I unmuted like 2 minutes ago, but then just as I unmuted, I started choking on water, so I had to mute again. It was great. Also, to all the Warhammer fans in the chat, I have a question. If there are Imperial fists, why are there no Imperial feet? I feel like they're missing a mark. It is morning. Because I just woke up like 40 minutes ago. What do you mean, why do I hate you guys? If you think about it, like, am I wrong though? Like, if there are Imperial fists, there could be Imperial feet. We'll never know. I'm not gonna make a homebrew chapter about calling them Imperial feet. Like, what if people think I'm like, what if people think I'm weird? The feet are one of the redacted legions, you know, that is so fair, guys. Imperial feet sounds like heresy. It's not heresy if you try hard enough, right? I don't wanna make my own chapter called the Imperial Feet and make them pink. People are gonna be like, oh wow, this VTuber is weird. And they're not wrong, you know, but still, right? Imperial Stompers. Oh my god, by the way, can I just say, really crazy thing happened yesterday. Really crazy fucking thing happened. Okay, hear me out. I keep hiccuping, holy shit. Where is it? 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 Okay. How do I not... Really crazy fucking thing happened yesterday. The Poorhammer actually responded to, like, my video. So, I guess you guys could say, Senpai fucking noticed me. Let's go! Also, I hiccuped. I'm sorry. They fucking replied. I was shook. I was like, hey, yo. And they said, they were so nice too. So they basically said, yeah, you know, acrylic paint doesn't contain lead and is non-toxic, but licking your paintbrush is still gross. So I guess we're not licking our paints, guys. Collab went, they're like up there and I'm just a little guy. Okay, it's not gonna happen. We're scared. I'm scared to talk to people, dudes. It's frightening. They're not little guys.
Welcome into the basement,
morning,
bestie.
Guys, morning. I was like, oh shit. I was like, oh my fucking god, Senpai has noticed me. How else are you supposed to thin the paint? How do you thin paint? I know it's not by putting it in your mouth. I know you don't thin paint by putting it in your mouth, but how else do you thin paint? Also, I have like other stuff from their like I have like other stuff from their like channel that I want to react to. So like 07's gamers. So what we're gonna watch right now is every single Primarch explained by Morlor. It is an hour and 17 minutes long. So I hope you guys have peed. Hope you guys have your drinks. Get your little drinky winky out. What else do you need for like hours of content? Also, to Con, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Have you seen thin your paint videos? Am I supposed to buy paint thinner? Shit. So I want you guys to know, I went to the Warhammer store. Okay? Because I'm sane, I went to the Warhammer store. They gave me a discount, which is really nice. But also, I spent like, I think like $50 on like a bunch of paints, like paint brushes and stuff like that. I did not buy paint thinner. I did buy like a spray can, and I bought something called varnish. So you know, that's not the worst. Okay, everyone. Have you seen 40k in 40 minutes? We'll probably watch it. Use medium. Water is the best thinner. Okay. So I need to buy like a mug or something. I need to buy like a mug or something. water squeeze bottle, then mix with the Q-tip or brush or whatever. You don't need paint thinner. Acrylic paint thins just fine regular water. Ooh, okay. Wait, let me grab the air conditioner remote real quick and then I'll start the video. I finished, I did everything. Like, I remembered everything, I just forgot, like... I forgot to make it not swelteringly hot in my room. Jesus. Okay. So I'm watching a live stream, you're watching... Thank you so much, Harley Rainy Gamer, and thank you so much. Make sure your mug you buy is distinct from my mug that's used for hot drinks. Guys... I want to buy it. Okay. I'm kind of sad because, like, I'm an idiot, right? And I wanted to buy, like, a cheap mug specifically for, like, you know, getting paint on because, you know, that's what I figured would happen. And then my ass went and bought, like, a Sailor Moon mug. So, you know, big brain thinking only. Are you guys ready, by the way, for the first monster of the day? I'm not gonna pop it during the video because what if, like, people don't like the monster ASMR? But are you guys ready? Okay, first can of monster on the day. We're starting the video in 3, 2, 1.
In a dark and secret laboratory at the end of the Unification Wars, the Emperor perfected his greatest super soldiers using his own DNA and power from the warp itself. Stolen by the gods of chaos and deposited on planets across the galaxy, each boy would grow into a ferocious and powerful warlord. Today, we are going to show you the very beginning of these 18 demigods, their childhoods, their temperament, and their history up until the looming civil war that would lead to their downfalls. And we are going to start with how they were created. Sometime during M29, the Emperor looked around at his army of Thunder Warriors and decided it was time to up his game. The Thunder Warriors were genetically enhanced super soldiers, but they were batch-made, hyper-aggressive, and prone to going a little insane. Big E might have been a genius god-tier psyker, but he didn't exactly have expert knowledge of genetic engineering. He needed help to design a better soldier. Enter Ammar Astartes.
Okay.
Having grown up on Terra during the Age of Strife, surviving by using her intellect for various warlords, Astartes had already been experimenting with ancient technology in order to create super soldiers, making her exactly the type of scientist needed to create the next generation of superhuman crusaders.
You know, in hindsight, I guess genetic modification isn't that weird, right? Like, in the Warhammer universe, like, shit, everything's already, like, borderline, like, crazy. Like, why would this be any different, huh?
Astartes and the Emperor built a plan for a group of near-immortal post-human warriors led by 20 supreme generals, beings that would be second in power only to the Emperor himself and would act not only as an extension of the Emperor, but also the genetic template for a new breed of soldier, the Space Marines. They named these generals Primarchs after the generals of the Thunder Warriors and coded the whole endeavor as the Astartes program. Setting up in a secret laboratory under the Himalayan mountain range, which would eventually be built up into the imposing Imperial Palace years later, the Emperor's biotechnical division got to work taking...
I didn't think there'd be like a Himalayan mountain range in this universe. I don't know. So far, all of the art that, like, I've seen, it doesn't seem like, you know, there'd be, like, snow or anything, but I guess there is, huh?
Genetic material from the Emperor and another perpetual named Urda to begin the incubation of 20 bouncing baby warlords. But it was here that everything started to fall apart. You see, the master of mankind was not content with his perfect children just having his DNA. Maybe his previous efforts to have children hadn't worked too well, or maybe he had a new thing he wanted to try, but the Emperor managed to find a portal into the warp and made a deal with the dark gods of chaos for the knowledge needed to infuse his Primarchs with special powers. A deal which he promptly reneged on.
Girl, he put so much effort into being a dad that he just forgot to be a dad. What the heck?
Naturally, the Chaos Gods were displeased, and with the use of some time travel shenanigans, they managed to get the Geller field protecting the infants in their pods disabled and scattered the children across the stars.
Okay, so this is the bit where it got retconned, right? Because, or did it get retconned? It was we watched that one video on, like, Erda and, like, you know, why she's, like, kind of hated in the universe, even though she was, like, manipulated and stuff like that. So, did it get retconned or did it not get retconned? That's the bit I got a little, like, confused over. So, is it, like, canonically, like, by warrior tier? Ooh, I need to add that to the playlist. I did not find that. I'm hiccuping, sorry. I did not find that yesterday when I was searching for Primarch lore. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he put in a ton of effort to have his, like, kids, but then also decided that, like, well, I don't really care. Halfway retcon, her role was just massively reduced. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So, Big E named them Astartes after Arma Astarte. Literally just a mocker. Look, these weapons bear your name now. Yeah, it feels kind of vague. Like, okay, I'm not gonna, like, harp on, like, the whole retcon bit too much because, like, I think it's very confusing. But she exists in the 40k universe, and I guess that's all we need to know, huh?
Jury is still out on whether the Emperor planned this as well in order to give his sons varied childhood experiences, but given how much this set him back, it's doubtful. Without the Primarchs, the legions of new Space Marines had to be created with immature DNA that had been collected from each Primarch before they had been stolen, and it resulted in weaker Marines until each legion was reunited with their Primarch fathers, and their genetic code could be stabilized.
Blueberry Daddy! Guys, is this our dad? Wait. Who do we recognize as the Supreme Daddy, though? Because, like, I like Roboute, like, Guilliman, because he came home. He came back. He came home with the milk. Everyone's still kind of, like, you know, out there doing their own thing, but he came back. So, I feel like Papa Smurf is my dad. Yaden Sword, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. He didn't come home, he was locked in stasis, so he can't die. I mean, he's, like, home, technically, right? Vulcan gives hugs. You know, that's true. That is true, guys. Hi, guys. Hi. If you guys are just coming in, hi. Fulgrim, he was married and legit loved his wives. Is that not the guy that became, like, a Slanesh follower? What the heck? The lion came back to... Oh, sorry. Lion and Papa Smurf came home, therefore they are my dads.
This setback caused Amara Astarte to despair, believing the whole project to be doomed.
She
helped plan the infamous
Shit.
palace coup and used the distraction to destroy her notes on the creation of the Primarchs to stop the creation of any more before being killed by the Emperor's forces.
Oh, shit.
And that finally brings us to the beginning of the Great Crusade, as the Emperor took his new Space Marines into the galaxy to create his new Imperium and to find each of the lost Primarchs. Let's begin with the first of them to be found. No, we are not just memeing here, saying the Primarch named Alfarius was the first to be found. It's actually what happened, we think. The problem with the father of the 20th Legion is that there's not much known about him, and what we do know is likely either a lie, a trick, or both. But even though the Imperial histories declared that the first Primarch found was Horus, there is a secret record that states Alfarius was recovered first, his pod landing on Terra itself, and he was kept a secret by the Emperor in order for him and his legion to act as spies unhindered for the entirety of the Great Crusade. Assuming this is true, it also makes a lot of sense. Alfarius is the spy. He was pragmatic, thoughtful, independent, and was a very creative thinker when it came to his approach to combat. Even his physicality helped him to muddy the waters, as he was one of the smallest of the Primarchs, while the Marines of his legion, the Alpha Legion, were typically larger than other Marines. This allowed Alfarius to masquerade as just another Alpha Legionnaire, and vice versa. I am
Oh.
Alfarius became a common thing to hear whenever an outsider asked anyone from this legion who they were. Alfarius lied like it was breathing. What he said in one place was immediately undone by something he said in another, and a big part of that included his name, Alfarius Omegon, which in itself hinted at his greatest secret. Alfarius was not one person, he was two.
Oh, you guys, okay, chat was telling me all the time that there were like twin Primarchs, and I was like, okay, but I don't know who they are because like they're not like heavily expanded on like the rest of them, right? So I was like, okay, I don't know who that is, but oh, this makes sense. Wait. I'm gonna ask something that is like kind of a noob question then. So, is the 20th Legion one of the ones that like disappeared, or are they still around? It might be kind of a new question, but they're still around. Okay. This isn't one of the ones that got like Thanos snapped, right? Okay. Because they get, I don't think they get mentioned a lot, so like I forget if they still exist. It's 2 and 11 that got redacted. Okay. So I gotta keep in mind it's 2 and 11. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. I got a bit like confused there for a sec.
By some quirk of the transportation method from the Emperor's cloning lab, the Primarch that would become Alfarius Omegon was split into two bodies sharing one soul. However, in keeping with the theme of this enigmatic Primarch, we will be saving the rest of their story for the very end when official records say they were discovered. The Emperor's favorite son, Horus, was officially the first to be found when the Chaos Gods scattered the Primarchs in their pods. The one carrying the boy who would become Horus Lupercal landed on the world of Chthoniya, which was luckily quite close to the Sol system where Holy Terra was. Being so close, Chthoniya had been settled since the dawn of humanity's interplanetary expansion, and so it was a blasted and ruined place, completely taken over by industry and mined nearly hollow by millennia of resource extraction. The people living there were organized into gangs, with constant warfare over dwindling resources being the norm. It was one of these gangs that found the infant Horus and took him in, raising him to be audacious, opportunistic, cunning, and above all else, hungry for approval. Unlike most of his brothers, Horus did not grow into his Primarch abilities immediately. He spent most of his time on Chthoniya trying to earn his name in the constant skirmishes his gang engaged in.
So basically, Horus grew up a thug. Then he was like a little gangster boy, huh? But he like crashed out, even though he was like the Emperor's like favorite like son. Huh? Horus is a mob boss. Horus is like, okay, so Horus was a gangster then. He grew up a gangster. I guess it's like not the worst upbringing then, huh?
Then, rediscovery. After a brief skirmish with Mechanicum tech priests, Horus was identified as the first of the lost Primarchs and immediately sent to Terra. And it was here that Horus really came into his own. As the first of the Emperor's sons to be found, the Master of Mankind spent a lot of time with the young Primarch. Horus was trained in the ways of war and given his very own legion of Space Marines to lead, the 16th, the Luna Wolves. Like every other legion, this one was created using the genetic template of a specific Primarch, making them uniquely able to interface with their commander's abilities and quirks. Reunited with his gene sons, Horus rapidly became a peerless general, which was exactly his purpose. Remember, the Primarchs were manufactured beings designed by the Emperor to fit certain niche roles in his grand plan. Each of them was an experiment to create beings that excel at a particular slice of empire building. We don't have a lot of evidence for what the Emperor was planning for most of his sons, but either through design or through training, Horus became the general, a leader who understood every facet of warfare, who could intuitively plan, react, and improvise to...
Can I just say, I kind of hate that right now I completely get Big E's plans. Like, I understand it now, and I'm just sat here thinking like, oh, wait, that's actually kind of smart. Like, Bro was like tired of being the CEO, so he made his own managers. Like he made his own like VPs for like everything then. I get it. I like get it. Oh my god.
Any threat, as well as being a fairly strong combatant in his own right. More importantly, he was the perfect right-hand man. And for over 30 years, this singular general trained and fought by the Emperor's side, gaining a deeper bond with his father than any other Primarch would manage to build.
That's why
the pair
he's
would
a
save
daddy's
each other's
boy.
life on the battlefield more than once, especially during their wars against the massive orc empire of Ulanor, where Horus saved the Emperor from a particularly powerful war boss. So by the time the second Primarch was found on a distant, icy world, Horus was used to being the only son, and his old approval-seeking tendencies from his days as a desperate hive-ganger began to show themselves.
Oh my god. He just wanted to be the only son, that's it. Oh my god. So he was just jealous. He's just a jealous dude. Oh. Question for the gamers in chat. Is Horus technically a yandere? Is Horus technically a yandere? No. No, yes? He kind of has imposter syndrome. Okay. What if I message Poorhammer? I was like, hey, ranking the Primarchs by how mentally fucked up they are. He's a kid that says my dad works at Nintendo. This is the kid that like hates his brother because his brother because if his brother does anything remotely nice. Oh, RH, and I ended up not being able to go, unfortunately, because I had some issues at home. He's a popular girl who can't share the spotlight. This is that one e-girl in the Discord server that hates all the other girls in there. This is the one e-girl in the Discord server that hates the fact that there are other women in there. How dare! But also, Aries, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Horus is a pick-me! Horus is a pick-me with insane imposter syndrome. Also, Needials, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Horus is a pick-me with imposter syndrome and daddy issues. I feel like Angron would be kind of up there in terms of like mental issues, because I think Angron is mind broken, right? Yandere, pick-me, imposter syndrome with daddy issues. Oh my god. He's thirsty for validation. I'm not like your other sons. Okay? I'm special. You found me first. Oh my god. Okay, this makes sense.
His pride and superiority complex were sources of friction between Horus and some of his brothers, especially after he won the title of War Master at the conclusion of the Ulanor Crusade, making him the official commander of all Imperial forces, second only to the Emperor himself.
That's crazy!
But even so, he was still a loyal and good-natured man for the most part. Even his resentment at being abandoned by the Emperor to finish the Great Crusade without him was mostly kept in check, until plans set in motion by his brother Lorgar began to poison his mind and tempt him on the dark path of chaos. But that's a story for another
Lorgar,
video, so let's turn back the clock to that second Primarch and a lonely, ice-covered planet. That world was called Ferrus, a hostile, frozen world home to a handful of tough human communities living similarly to the barbarian tribes of ancient Terra. But the pod carrying our second Primarch did not land close to one of these barbarian villages. No, it landed deep in the unforgiving tundra, with no one around to take in the crying child that emerged from his pod. Well, no human, anyway. The nameless child was instead taken in by a Fenrisian she-wolf and raised alongside her other pups.
You know, I'm not even surprised that this is how his lore goes. I'm not even... I don't even question it, you know? Aren't these spoilers for now? Yeah, I mean, not really, because, like, we're just deep diving into the lore behind it. I feel like if I were to read the books for, like, the lore, it'd take me at least, like, 7 years to get through, like, 63, like, all 60 books. But that's also because I don't know where to find the books. So it's probably okay. Yeah, this is basically Jungle Book, but, like, I'm in the north. And I'm raised by wolves. Jonah, thank you so much for your super chat. Biggie, you should get along with Russ. He is only the first. Horus, I'm the first. That's true. That is true. This is basically Jungle Book, but like, I'm in the okay, this is Jungle Book, but in like Frozen, right? It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Soon the boy was out hunting with them and raiding human settlements. Eventually, they caught the attention of a particularly strong tribe who hunted the pack down, killed the wolves, and took in the boy. The king of this village saw immediately that something was different about the boy and took him in, naming him Leman of the Russ. From here, Leman grew quickly, mastering human language and the art of combat. He learned camaraderie and became quick to laugh and sing, taking joy where he could, and generally being a chaotic mess of a man, socially speaking at least. But in other areas of his life, it was clear that Leman was more than human.
I feel like Leman Russ fucks. No context needed. I feel like Horus probably doesn't fuck, but Leman Russ, I think he fucks.
He was a giant of a man who fought whole armies on his own, ripped massive trees out of the ground barehanded, and was able to wrestle gigantic mammoths to the ground, and so it came as no surprise when he made king after his adopted father passed away.
Hell yeah,
It was
bestie.
these stories that finally reached the ears of the Emperor as he was commanding his newly formed Great Crusade.
Why does that look like, hold on, why does that look like the Terminator, but with like longer hair? Some of these pictures are insane. I just want you guys to know that. Some of these pictures are insane. Yeah, it's AI shit, but like, why?
And it brought him to the frigid surface of the icy backwater planet in search of what he knew could only be another of his lost sons. The Emperor came disguised as he often did in new places, and Leman refused to bow to him without challenging him to an eating contest, a drinking contest, and a duel.
Okay.
Leman was a simple man, but the Emperor actually failed the first two, finally succeeding in beating the Wolf King in their duel, which was apparently all Leman actually cared about because he swore loyalty right then and there. And it's a good thing too, as Leman was very special even in comparison to his brothers. Remember what we said about every Primarch being a specific experiment?
Special?
Well, 3 of them were even more specialized than the others, and Leman was one of those 3. Out of all his brothers, the Wolf King was the strongest, most capable fighter, and that appears to have been by design. When one is building an army of superhuman soldiers led by demigods, it pays to make sure you have at least one of them who is both loyal to a fault and able to beat any of the others. As a fighter, he was vicious, relentless, and willing to do anything, including taking potentially fatal wounds to win.
That
As
makes
a general,
sense.
he was all of these things on a larger scale, his savagery translating to decisive assaults. Wolves go for the throat, and even though Russ proved to be a cunning strategist, every engagement he led ended in a brutal and decisive strike, especially when he was forced to fight his brothers. We're not certain if Leman was made specifically to be the Emperor's executioner, but that is what he became. Only a handful of his brothers could have stood up to him in an even fight, and none of them had his drive. And maybe that's what he was actually made to be, the one Primarch willing to do whatever it took to get the job done. The Emperor knew his enemies in the warp were creatures of pure madness, and fighting them could break even the strong minds of his sons, but not Leman. It could simply be a side effect of that mental fortitude that made Leman the perfect choice for enforcing the Emperor's will, even against the other Primarchs. And it was not a secret either, a fact that likely led to Leman being unpopular with most of his brothers.
Can I just say something a little out of pocket? They're all bred to be like, amazing superhumans, right? Why didn't the Emperor's, like, genes pass on properly and, like, fix their, like, male pattern baldness? Because, like, I feel like a Keep sponsorship would be very, like, you know. Some of them shaved. Oh, that makes sense. We're not bald shaming. It's just more like somebody's genes kind of fucked up on the way. Because it's part of okay, the baldness is caused by chaos. Wait. You're right. Aren't like most of the evil ones like bald? Except Vulcan. Vulcan's just a guy. Exactly. You know, like, are they, like, you know, comes from the mother? It does? Oh my god. Wait, if male pattern baldness comes from the mother, and I put that my family has a history of, like, basically no bald men, do you think, like, people would swipe me harder on Tinder? Do you think people would swipe for me, like, a little harder on Tinder? Maybe. Mortarion actually has hair? Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. Okay. We gotta do it, guys. I'll let you guys know. I'll drop the experiment and I'll let you guys know.
Either, a fact that likely led to Leman being unpopular with most of his brothers. Horus thought he was an unrefined barbarian, while he and Lionel Johnson outright came to blows. But really, it was the looming specter of who Leman was that seemed to keep the other Primarchs from really making a closer connection with him. Even Russ was a Primarch killer, and had proved it twice. The truth of it is that while Leman Russ would desperately have loved to be friends with the men who were, in name at least, his brothers, it is just too hard to form strong bonds with people who you might be ordered to kill at any moment.
That makes sense.
It's hard to shake that sort of reputation gained from making the list of your comrades go from 20 to 18. The only thing marking the existence of the Primarch of the Second Legion are an empty statue's plinth and the sad looks shared between Primarchs whenever he is mentioned. Put him out of your thoughts. Official Imperial records show that the next Primarch found was Ferrus Manus, gene-sire of the 10th Legion. Manus was another Primarch whose gestation pod landed in the wilderness of a dangerous planet. Medusa is a waste world. Generations of industrial exploitation had made the surface unstable, and millennia of discarded industrial machinery and waste completed the picture of a gloomy and barely habitable planet. And to top it all off, before humanity ever even mastered agriculture, the war in heaven had reached Medusa, and remnants of the conflict between the Old Ones and the Necrons lay dormant in the few untouched areas of the planet. The pod carrying the child Primarch landed in one of these hidden places, and after he had spent some time growing up alone in the wilderness, Ferrus grew curious and decided to examine the technology that had birthed him. While studying his pod, he accidentally freed an ancient biomechanical worm-like monster, which proceeded to leave the cave and began terrorizing the human population.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
Manus felt incredibly guilty and vowed to take the creature down, an oath that would take him years to complete, finally trapping the monster in a volcano and drowning it in lava, its living metal skin covering his arms, and finally giving him his name, Ferrus Manus, Iron Hand. During his long hunt, Manus had shunned human contact, and he didn't become that much more personable afterwards. He did rejoin society and began teaching the nomadic clans of Medusa all about technology, but while he was made ruler, he was very hands-off, preferring that they handle their own conflicts if possible. This is how the Emperor found him, a stern ruler well-versed in technology who preferred action to words. Like his brother Leman Russ, Ferrus refused to swear loyalty to the Emperor unless he was beaten in combat, and so the two fought a cataclysmic duel in the mountains of Medusa until Manus was beaten and agreed to serve the master of mankind. Reunited with the Legion made from his genes, Manus quickly got to work shaping them into a force of relentless conquest. Renamed the Iron Hands after their leader, the 10th Legion was a force known for its armored advances and for showing no mercy to those who proved themselves too weak for the Emperor's vision of humanity. Ferrus himself proved to be the most stalwart of his brothers, even more so than Rogal Dorn. Once Ferrus had made a decision, there was no turning him from it, and he was loyal more than anything else. In battle, he was a sledgehammer, and his intuitive knowledge of warfare was second to none, a truth that even Horus would acknowledge later during the heresy, saying that none knew war better than himself except perhaps Ferrus Manus. Given his stern demeanor, it probably won't surprise you to know that Manus spent most of his time in his forge or in his planning rooms, and didn't form very many relationships at all, much less with his bickering brother Primarchs, with one exception. Fulgrim would form—
Really? That's the one you pick as a friend? Brother. Sir, what is this? This is the one that you pick as a friend of all the you have like what? How many brothers? You have like 18 brothers and you pick this one? He was legit a good person before he turned traitor. Really? If there's iron hands, would there be iron feet? See, Unbreakable's asking the right questions. He was quite cool before the sword. I guess. He used to be a cool guy. Oh, okay. Also, I'm sorry guys for all the AI art. I did not realize this video would be full of AI art. We don't support it here, guys. I love the trees. I feel like we need trees to breathe, therefore we should love the trees. Sorry, guys. Opposites attract, I guess, but like, this is, I mean, okay, I guess now I get why. I guess I get why Ferrus Manus like fell right to chaos too, huh?
From an unlikely and deeply important friendship with Ferrus.
Oh, he did it? Who the fuck am I thinking of? Oh my god. Ferrus died. Oh, Ferrus did die. Ferrus died to bad writing. Now Fulgrim is a sexy snake dude. I don't know about that, but you know, he did not fall. Like, he fucking died. My bad. Yeah. I was thinking of the Iron Warriors. I was thinking of Perturabo. To be honest, guys, I feel like I need like a note. Wait, I need a notebook to write all this shit down. I need a notebook. I need to look for one. I need to look for a notebook, guys. This is like, it's like there's like 20 people in this, like, sorry, there's 18 Primarchs, and I basically have like 5 friends in real life. So that's like more friends than I can count already. I'm not gonna remember some of these Primarchs other than Rogal, Dorn, my Oshi, my beloved, my BB boy. Not great. Not great at all. But General, thank you so much for following. Void Wonder, thank you so much for follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. That's what Sunny's doing. I know. Like, Sunny and I, we were talking about it. We were like, oh shit, you know, like, we're gonna have to do like the mental gymnastics for this.
The two complementing each other well despite their differences. The pair would forge weapons for each other, and their trust went deeper than almost any other pair among the other Primarchs, a fact that would become one of the greatest tragedies of the upcoming heresy. Fourth to be rediscovered was the Phoenician, the Primarch known as Fulgrim. At his best, he was a man who excelled at getting the most out of those he commanded, and had a great appreciation for the arts and the beautiful things humanity made. And it was the planet he landed on as a child that reinforced those traits, though, to be fair, it was more in spite of his surroundings rather than because of them. Hemos was yet another world ravaged by millennia of industrial activity, a trend that should be noticeable by now. Many of the worlds cut off from Terra during the Age of Strife had slowly run out of resources and lost knowledge in the intervening time. So when the pod-carrying baby Fulgrim landed in an abandoned factory district, his coming was like a miracle for the people living there. By the time he was 15, he had identified a number of places to increase the efficiency of his factory district, and was given a seat on the local council. By the time he was 50, he had become the ruler of the whole planet and had sparked a renaissance.
Wait, 50? Wait, 50? How old are the Primarchs? Would I smash Fulgrim? No. No. See, I'm insanely competitive, and I don't know if I would like it if a guy had like nicer hair than I did. Right? Hi, no bald streamer. Wait, what? Hi, Kevin. Can I get a shout out for Kevin, please? No. Okay, I don't know if I could deal. with it if like a guy had like nicer hair than me. I'd be like insanely competitive, right? Right? Just a little salty, just a little bit, not a lot. Never hang out with me, then my hair rocks. Your hair is nice. Your hair is really nice. Oh my gosh. So no Sanguinius? No Sanguinius either! A guy has nicer hair than me. Well, hey, I have pretty nice hair, as you can see. You see, it's like brown and like pink. Trust. Except Horus was found as a child. Yeah, so some of them are found as a child, and Fulgrim was just found as like a 50-year-old man. But yeah, hi Coder, hope you're having a nice day. What if Dorn has nicer hair? Dorn's hair, I feel like Dorn's hair is like okay. It's like, it's not, he washes that shit, but you know, it's probably not like, you know, it's probably just not like the most like well kept, which is fine. I'm sorting cards. That is such a mood. I have to sort out the Vanguard cards too. I was supposed to like sit down and sleeve the Vanguard cards that I just unboxed, but I got very lazy. Very, very lazy. Most of them are over 50 or 100 when they were found. Also, why are these men bald but also don't have nice hair? Hey, if you have the male pattern baldness gene in your family, I'm just saying I could fix it, right? Chat, when she says sit down, she means on the floor. You should have seen the electro cards all laid out across the floor. Okay, like, don't clown me for that. It's like, I don't have, like, you know, like, space anywhere else. It has to be, like, on the floor. Like, on the floor, on the floor. No. Okay, Dorn would use, like, the 20-in-1 shampoos. When I saw it in America, I was shooketh out of my, like, I was shooketh to my core, right? Because I was like, if this is real? You actually use 20-in-1? Wait, that's insane. Huh? Add a table to your throne? It's not the table that's the issue. It's more like I don't have the space for, like, a big table. My current table is, like, maybe a meter long. How much is a meter? Let me see. 1 meter to... You guys use feet, right? Yeah, so my table is, like, 3 feet. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's all the space I have. Not including my desk. I'm not including my computer. So 07's in the chat. Add a house to the throne. Guys, no. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, toothpaste, mouthwash. It's the same thing? How do you guys use it? Okay, chat, genuine question. Do you guys use like the insane like 3-in-1 or like 20-in-1 like shampoos? You guys don't use like separate stuff for your hair? The one that I use is like really nice and it smells like avocados. It's so nice. No? Yes, no? 5-in-1? The reality is most men use 2-in-1. Do men use 2-in-1? Shampoo and conditioner? I use dish soap for my hair? What? Wait, 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner? Oh my god, bestie. I gotta put you on separate shampoo and conditioner. Cause that shit smells so good. I use Ant Honey for Ant Honey is so good, it's so expensive. You just said my hair is nice. Okay, this confuses me even more now. How do you have nice hair but also use like 2-in-1? Huh? Okay, can I just say one of the things that pisses me off the most about men is I feel like most of the guys that I know don't use like skincare or anything, you know? You just wash like your face with like body soap, right? And you still have nice skin. How the fuck does that happen? Also, why do men have nicer eyelashes than most girls? Why do you guys need that? I need that. What the fuck? I bet you dry yourself with multiple towels. Actually, no, I dry myself with like 2 towels. Just one for my hair and like one for my body. Yeah, see? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm gonna crash out now. We just started the stream, like, we're 47 minutes and I'm crashing out now because men have nicer eyelashes than I do. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you sure you don't just know supermodels? Men? No. I dry my face with the same towel I dry my ass with. What? How do you not get, like, acne? Skill issue? I take it all back, guys. I guess my genetics don't fuck. My genetics are garbage, guys. Fuck. We do get acne? Don't be jealous of what my mom gave me. Can I have your mom? Maybe I need, like, better genes. Guys, shut up. It's not fucking skill. Wait. Skill issue on my parents' part, duh. Gotta use different sides for your face and balls. I love lying on it to piss off VTuber. I'm not pissed off. Wait, I'm just cashing out a little. What do you mean get better genetics, huh? What the heck? Get a gene seed? I need the gene seed, guys. You can't have... Shh, chat, just let me have your mom, okay? I need better genetics. Too much sugar and boom, 10 more pimples? You know, I was like, I cut out, like, sugar from my diet, and, like, every time I get, like, a pimple, I feel like, oh no. Most makeup is bad for the skin, so skill issue. You're actually kind of right about that, though. I went out the other day, put, like, some makeup on, and then I came home and had, like, a pimple. It was so sad. I cut sugar entirely. I do that, but I'm a girl, and I need my little, like, girly treats once in a while. Like, boba. Women get scammed by the beauty industry. All you need is a bar of soap and 5-in-1 shampoo. Okay, but let me tell you something. My body wash smells like peach. And my hair care smells like... You know, I don't know what it smells like. But I smell really nice after the shower. Therefore, I'm very happy. Just get no sugar in your boba. What the fuck? That's like telling me to, you know, breathe without oxygen. Mine smells like soap. I kind of love how chat's like, what does my soap smell like? Soap. Smiley face. Was this all started by Fulgrim? Yeah, no, we're crashing out about Fulgrim right now. If you guys can see, I'm having a crash out about my looks because of Fulgrim. So hey, you know, why is women's perfume so strong? Okay. Most women don't know that you don't care that you only need like one spritz realistically, and they just like put a ton. That one's a skill issue. It's not like a women's perfume is strong kind of thing. It's a skill issue. Mine smells Arctic. You wanna know something? One of the guys I dated, I went through this phase where I used like mint like body soap, right? And this one guy that I dated like ages ago apparently tried to wash his ass with my mint body soap, and he was like crying in the shower for a bit and I was like, what the heck? Are you okay? He was like, no, my ass is minty. I was like, what the fuck is your problem? Don't use my shit then, duh. Women's soap smells flowers, sunshines, and rainbows. Men's soap smells mountains, blood, and violence. What does okay. I've always questioned it, but what the fuck does like do trees smell like even? What do trees even smell like? Okay, so Leah uses like men's like deodorant, right? Because she says it's cheaper and it's like way stronger, and I'm like, cool. Let me try that too. I don't know what this smells like, but apparently it smells like Kraken. Have you never walked through a forest? We don't really have like a ton of forests in like Singapore, so I've never really been through like a forest or anything. I've never seen a pine tree in real life. When I was in America, I saw like trees that like turned red, like where the leaves turned red, and I was shook. I was like, what? It's not a meme? The internet didn't lie to me. Trees actually turn red. Anime is real? Question mark? Do you not have it? No, we have trees. But the trees in Singapore are just green. You know? And they don't really have a scent because, you know, pine trees, not pine trees. What are they? Palm trees? You know the ones with like the coconuts? I don't know what they're called. I don't know what they're called. But they don't really have a scent. They're just a tree with like coconuts. And you don't really go near them. Because what if the fucking coconut falls on you, right? What if I like lose more IQ than I already, you know, have? Because a coconut fell on my fucking head. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I live on the equator. So going to like North America is a journey for me because things actually, you guys have seasons. We only have we have 2 seasons, sorry. We have 1 season and that's hot as fuck, and the other season is it rains like a motherfucker. That's it. I want to go hiking in America so bad. Do women generally overthink that much? Yes. If I didn't jump to conclusions constantly, I don't think I'd be a person anymore. Hi, well, welcome in, guys. You guys didn't know, I'm from Southeast Asia. We're very Asian. I live on the equator. We have no one true weather. We have only one weather. I've never seen a fucking tree go bald before. So, winter gaming, gang. I saw snow for like the first time last year, and I was shook. Cause I was like, wait, that's so crazy that this is like a real thing. Yeah. I saw snow for like the first time like last year, and I was shook. Also, I got like really sick because I fell in the snow. But anyways, let's just keep going on about Fulgrim. We have jumped off topic so hard that like, that's insane to me. 3, 2, 1.
Fulgrim was running the planet so well that the people of Chemos finally had free time, and so he had fostered in them the love of the arts. And this is how the Great Crusade found Chemos and Fulgrim. The huge Baroque warships of the Emperor's fleet entered orbit, dropships landed and disgorged hundreds of armored space marines, each wearing a work of art never before seen on Chemos. Fulgrim recognized the beauty of these works and the god who led this alien procession, and knelt immediately. Fulgrim, as it turned out, was the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, an army that had recently suffered a catastrophic accident that lost most of its gene seed, the material that lets a legion replace its losses.
Not the gene
Fulgrim
seed.
spoke so beautifully to his new sons that the Emperor himself was moved and allowed the legion to be named the Emperor's Children, taking the Imperial Eagle as their symbol, becoming heralds of sorts for the Emperor's forces. Fulgrim, for his part, took this as a great honor, and he pushed his new legion to become the very best that any Astartes had ever been. Perfection was the only goal, nothing less would do, and it was this drive to purge weakness that gained Fulgrim a strong friendship with his brother Ferrus Manus, both Primarchs striving to embody the very best of the Emperor's vision for humanity. In combat, Fulgrim led his men with almost insane adherence to the ideals of efficiency and perfection, ensuring that objectives were won with the absolute minimal losses possible.
I guess that
For
makes
instance,
sense.
when asked to take the world of Byzas, Fulgrim won the day using only 7 Marines, taking grievous wounds in the process. Unfortunately, the size of Fulgrim's legion would force the Emperor and Horus to hold them back from the biggest, most glorious campaigns, and so Fulgrim grew to be very hungry for approval, while still being so sure that he and his sons were the absolute pinnacles of the legions, a combination that would make him an easy mark for his less loyal brothers later. Continuing the theme of struggling through childhood on a hostile planet, Vulcan was discovered next. Frigid cold, dangerous monsters, and collapsing societies were one thing, but when Vulcan's pod opened to the blazing heat of the volcanic radiation-blasted world of Nocturne, it would be fair to say that he probably had to brave the most hostile conditions to start in. Vulcan was discovered quickly and raised by a local blacksmith. Even on a world like Nocturne, where the crust itself is barely holding together at the best of times, humanity still found a way to survive. That tenacity and the sense of community that supported it was something that young Vulcan took to heart. Within 3 years, the boy had already become a strong giant of a man, capable of great works of art in his adopted father's forge, but he was also a great leader, and in his 4th year, he got a chance to prove it. Being a death world where any life possible is harsh and often miserable, Nocturne was almost the perfect hunting grounds for the Drakari, the Dark Eldar, graceful and cruel alien slavers who delight in misery. Every 4 years, like clockwork, they raided Nocturne tribes, and every 4 years the humans living there would hide and hope not to be found. Until a young Vulcan stood in the center of the village, holding only his 2 blacksmithing hammers, wordlessly inspired his community to stand against the alien raiders, and for the first time in generations, the humans won, beating back the Drakari with a 4-year-old Primarch leading them. Fairly predictably, emissaries from the 7 largest villages on Nocturne had traveled to meet the miraculous child and swore to join him in defense of their world, and it was at the victory celebration that a stranger appeared. He arrived just as a tournament to honor the recent triumph was about to start, and he said he could beat anyone, including young Vulcan. 8 days of back and forth, the stranger and Vulcan each besting the other until the final challenge, a hunt for the largest salamander they could find. It would be more accurate to describe the gigantic lizards that wander.
Wait, is Vulcan still like 4 now? Is he still like 4?
Nocturne's lava fields as dragons rather than salamanders, but regardless, the largest kill would win the tournament, and the 2 set out. Vulcan had good luck finding a huge drake and slaying it, but on his journey back, the volcano he was hunting on erupted, hurling him off the edge of a cliff.
Oh shit!
He held on with one hand for hours, unwilling to drop his prize, but unable to haul both himself and the carcass up. That's when the stranger appeared, with a much bigger kill. Without hesitation, the stranger used his salamander as a bridge to cross the lava and get to Vulcan, hoisting the boy and his salamander up to safety, but sacrificing his own trophy. When the pair returned to the village, Vulcan was declared the winner, but he pledged his services to the stranger anyway, now revealed to be the Emperor.
Of course,
as any person willing to give up glory to save a life was worthy of his service. And just like that, Vulcan was reunited with his father and the 18th Legion, now renamed the Salamanders in honor of the trial that had won the Emperor his son's loyalty. The Salamanders were the second of the Trefoil legions we mentioned earlier, and while we do know why they were created, this is a story better left for our retelling of the Horus heresy. For now, it's enough to know that as a byproduct of their very special makeup, Vulcan and his gene sons were immovable in the defense of others. To be clear, this wasn't the stubbornness of the Iron Hands or Imperial Fists. The warriors of the 18th Legion were practical and not above falling back if the need arose. But if their charge was in danger, if civilians needed support, or if there was ever a need for a shield to hold an enemy in place as long as possible, the Salamanders stood ready. And this was reflected in the demeanor of their Primarch. Vulcan was a calm, wise, and steadfast man in most situations. He was kind to those he protected, and ruthless against the enemies of humanity. Vulcan spent a few years learning from the Emperor before truly being reunited with his legion. As the youngest Primarch thus far to be found, Vulcan was truly a child and required training in the ways of war and statecraft, among other things. But soon his first engagements began. It was, of course, a rescue mission. Vulcan arrived to relieve the surviving members of his legion during a fierce battle at the head of 3,000 new recruits, just in time to win the day, but not in time to save many of his sons that he had never met. High casualties would mark the 18th Legion through the rest of the Great Crusade, with the army being used primarily for desperate holding actions and generally anywhere that the Imperial leadership needed to hold at all costs. This led to the Salamanders being by far the smallest of the Legion Astartes. So much so that when Roboute Guilliman wrote the new laws that broke up the legions into smaller chapters, the Salamanders were exempt as they were already at chapter strength. Regardless, they and their Primarch were always the first to dive into danger and the last to leave a hopeless defense. Unlike other Marines, the Salamanders often continued to live in the tribes of their birth with their mortal relatives, which only served to reinforce the bonds they had with unaltered humans. They never lost sight of who they were or what they were truly defending. Officially—
Wait, stop, that's so wholesome! Oh, I love this. What the heck? Chapter strength is 1,000 Marines, by the way. And they were basically at, like, the minimum cap. Oh, poor babies. This is, like, all the Primarchs explained, by the way, guys. Only 1,000 survived the Horus heresy. Oh, Horus, you bitch. Horus, you actual bitch. That's your Warhammer Oshi? What, Horus? Here's my Oshi, guys. Everybody shut up. It's my Oshi. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. I'm ready. Everyone chill. He's here. It's our man's chat. Oh shit.
The sixth Primarch to be found, there's not
Hell
much
yeah.
at all to say about the early life of Rogal Dorn. Either nothing of note happened, or the typically stoic man simply didn't go into much detail when asked.
Ooh.
We do know that the pod bearing the Primarch of the 7th Legion landed on the world of Inwit, a planet tidally locked to a dying star, causing half the planet to be covered in scorching deserts and the other half to be covered in thick glaciers. And it's beneath these monolithic sheets of ice that people living on Inwit made their homes in fortresses carved from the ice itself. The child who would become Rogal Dorn was adopted into the House of Dorn, one of the ruling clans of the planet, and just like his brothers grew quickly and at a young age, he was already bigger, stronger, and smarter than anyone else. But he was a dutiful grandson to the patriarch of the Dorn clan, a man that Rogal would remember fondly for the rest of his life. That loyalty and lack of ego would mark Rogal's entire life. He was a man who was a capable and talented leader, but never showed a hint of ambition to take power.
Oh.
He was dour, serious, and unsmiling, though to those who knew him well, he apparently had a decent sense of humor. After his grandfather died, it was obvious who would succeed him, and Rogal was crowned the Emperor of the Inwit Cluster in very short order. A large part of his success was that Phalanx, an orbiting battle station built in the Dark Age of technology. The Phalanx had sat derelict in space for generations before Dorn repaired it, bolstering ancient systems and revealing a talent for building defenses and fortresses. But regardless of Dorn using a massive, powerful space fortress to build a functioning spacefaring empire from a grim and resource-poor world, the second Imperial ships translated into his system and he met the Emperor of Mankind, Dorn bent his knee and pledged loyalty.
Ooh.
So yeah, out of all his brothers, Rogal Dorn was probably the one with the least personality. He never went against an order until after the heresy, but again, that's a story for later.
But I love
he
it.
never showed ambition, barely even cracked a smile or made a joke, and the only demands he ever made were in the defense of Imperial law. He is even famously one of the only Primarchs with absolutely zero psychic ability, and perhaps that is where he was meant to be. Solid, steadfast, incorruptible, unquestioning. All these things he had and then some. The man couldn't even lie. He was also...
Rogal Dorn could fix my daddy issues. I feel like Rogal Dorn would never leave willingly. So he would fix my daddy issues. Think about that, chat. That's a high value man right there. You're so right. Is he the most autistic? Guys, do you think that Rogal Dorn has, okay, who do you think has the most tism? Dorn keeps his grandpa's clock and uses it as a blanket, even sleeping with it. Is that real? Also, thank you, Jonah, for the super chat. Thank you. Leave what? Exactly, he's not gonna leave. He's fortifying the fucking house. You know? He didn't leave willingly, he was dragged. Yeah, but... Peter Turbo probably has the most tism. You're right. Oh my god. You're actually so right. Peter Turbo probably has, like, the most tism. Perturabo and Dorn fighting for first place. You're so right for that. Okay, does Lionel Johnson have the tism? But Dorn literally did leave. He's currently getting the milk. Yeah, but you know Dorn will come home to fortify the house. Therefore, it is okay. Also, survival. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Thank you, bestie. Thank you very much. The lion has tism. Lion was horrible with people. Speaking as the son of the lion, yes, he has autism. Okay. Well, if you're a Lionel Johnson fan, and you think he has autism, he probably has autism, huh? He has a paranoiatism. That makes sense. Obsessive personality disorder. That's insane. When women just call him boring. See, don't you know that like women ultimately do prefer boring men? Because like, who else will you rely on? Okay, do you want a guy who is like super exciting and never home, or do you want a guy who is home and like reliable? Think about that. Who doesn't want a boring man? We're like in that arc, like once a girl is like old enough, you're in that arc where it's like, I want something stable. Not like crazy. You know, I feel like Leman Russ is not husbando material, but Rogal Dorn is husbando material. I feel like boring and reliable are not the same, are not on like the same faces of the same coin, right? But like stable and boring aren't the same thing. I think that's the thing though, like what people have very different definitions of what boring is, right? Like, would I rather have a man who like whose hobby is clubbing, or would I rather have a man whose hobby is Warhammer, or like fucking like Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something, and he's like sorting his cards or like painting miniatures, versus like a man who's like, you know, out there clubbing? Pokemon card hubby? No, you see, we can't have Pokemon card husbands, guys. Have you not seen the barrage of Reddit posts where like there's been like 3 separate Reddit posts from women saying that they want to divorce their husbands over like Pokemon cards? Because I remember like some girl made like and it got kind of viral, where some girl said that like her husband spent like 5K on Pokemon cards when they lived like paycheck to paycheck. And she was so angry with him, she wanted a divorce. Yeah. Having fun collecting, learning more. It's not boring. That's the thing. It's all like the definition of like what boring is. I know. I have a friend who's like, boyfriend's like 32 and his hobby is clubbing, and I'm like, I don't know if I trust him. Ooh. Pokemon cards are the future currency. It's so real for that. I feel like 5K is nothing for cards. It's true, but also if I were like living paycheck to paycheck if me and my partner were living paycheck to paycheck, and he spends like a significant amount of money on like Pokemon cards, I'd be pissed, right? Yeah, it's a matter if it's like, oh, we're all financially stable, he wants to spend his own money on Pokemon cards, that's fine. But if we're both like poor and you want to spend 5K of our savings on Pokemon cards, I'd be like, I'm gonna smack you. You know? I'm gonna like smack you, bro. Like, are you kidding me? When your husband goons over Gardevoir more than wife. That's not your husband, that's Gardevoir's husband. Would you rather him have 5K in cards or 5K in drugs? I mean, let me be for reals. Okay, the whole drugs thing isn't even like a thought in my mind, mainly because, you know, hey, I'm from Singapore, right? That shit is like illegal as fuck. So it's not really a thought for me. You want the nerd, you just need to go to the basement and find them. They have no other maidens. You're so right. Like, no one ever does illegal stuff. I mean, not in Singapore. It's not a thing that we really consider, right? Spending rent on toys is just irresponsible. I feel like there are worse things that he could spend his money on that aren't Pokemon cards. But I think that it's just a matter of like perspective, right? Like, even if it weren't Pokemon cards, even if like, was it 5K? It was 5K at once. Like the Reddit post was 5K at once. He spent like 2K on like his own like personal needs and whatnot, and 5K specifically on Pokemon cards. So even if it weren't Pokemon cards, if let's say like, okay, this guy spent like 5K on fucking Warhammer figurines, right? When we're living paycheck to paycheck, I'd be pissed too. You know? I'd be pissed too. It doesn't matter what the 5K was spent on. It only matters that it was spent on something unnecessary, right? 5K in Pokemon, 5K in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5K in Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon make no difference to me. It's still 5K, right? If you have that money on your own, that's fine. But if it's like a joint savings account and you spent 5K without like telling me, like, on fucking God, I'm gonna like strangle you, bro. He's a girl. You gotta know your priorities. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, regardless of like what the 5K was like spent on, you're still a grown ass man. You're still a grown ass man with like, you know, with like priorities, and like spending money on something, spending a significant chunk of money on something that is like not living expenses is really bad. Would it be more cringe if the 5K was on gacha games? It would be really fucking cringe. It would be really fucking cringe. I think 5K on what's essentially gambling, right? Regardless if it's gacha or if it's like Pokemon packs, right? Very cringe either way. Also, if he spent 5K on like Pokemon packs, you just know that man pays scalper prices. You just know he paid the scalper prices. He spent so the Reddit post said that he spent 7K in a single month. He spent like 2K on like miscellaneous expenses that he could justify, like food, eating out, you know, like fixing his like car and stuff like that, and an additional 5K purely on his hobby of Pokemon cards. 5K on a 10-in-1 shampoo bottle. That is where you beat that man up legally. Who the fuck spends $5,000 from a joint savings account without talking over? Exactly. I think that's the biggest issue, right? It's that if you're in a relationship, if you're in a partnership and you have like joint savings, and someone unilaterally spends like a significant chunk of the savings, like, how much is he making? Because that's 7K total. She didn't say how much they make, but they live paycheck to paycheck. So if her and her partner are living paycheck to paycheck, 5K is not a small amount, right? Yeah. It'd be very different if it were his personal money, but it's not. Paycheck to paycheck on 7K a month? No, 7K was their savings. Yeah, if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you take money out from the joint bank account it was a joint account that he stole from. Was a huge cut because they could be living somewhere expensive. Like, it's Reddit, so, you know, people don't explain, like, you know, where they're from and stuff like that. So we can't like clearly say how much it is, but it's still not great. Yeah. Spending 5K when you have 8K is bad spending. 5K when you have 100K is that simple. It really is. You're right, Anthony. You stream the 5K gacha pools, would it be a tax write-off? If you're making money from streaming, then yeah. Yeah. It's just a matter of, like, it's not great. It's not great. Oh shit, you're right. Let's get back to the video. I keep coughing. Today's, like, not the day for my throat. Holy shit.
Also a very talented military mind. Most of his brothers considered him to be one of the very best that the Primarchs had to offer. He made well-ordered plans like Guilliman, he was as bold and fearless as the lion, and still made good use of moments of zeal in ways similar to Jagatai and Russ. It was well known amongst the Primarchs that if a fortress was held by Dorn and his legion, then it could not be taken. Dorn seems to be the first Primarch built to maintain the new Imperium rather than just taking more territory. But despite being a fairly boring man by most accounts, Dorn got along well with most of his brothers. Most. His inability to lie and his rigid adherence to imperial law often got him on the bad side of just about every one of his more morally dubious brothers, none more so than Perturabo. Although a stiff breeze could bruise Perturabo's ego, he had a very special hatred for Dorn, as the two often competed for the title of Best Siege Master. Perturabo competed, Dorn just did his job and kept coming out on top. Eventually, when the Emperor declared Horus War Master and left for Terra and his secret project, Dorn was the only Primarch to go with him. His father wanted him to bolster the Imperial Palace, and he transformed the Himalayan complex into one of the most impenetrable fortresses in the galaxy. And this is why the registered homeworld for the Imperial Fist is Holy Terra itself, with Rogal Dorn being named the Praetorian of Terra. The Seven Legion still claims Terra as its homeworld today, even though from the beginning the Legion was a fleet-based one, operating primarily out of the ancient battle station Phalanx. More than any of his brothers, Roboute Guilliman clearly had the easiest life. The pod carrying the Primarch of the 13th Legion lands on the temperate world of Macrog, a world built with a relatively well-developed society.
If you think about it, Perturabo is just like insanely petty and jealous then, huh? Right? But then now we're at like Papa Smurf. I feel like Papa... Okay, I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna keep watching, but I feel like Papa Smurf, so far for me, Papa Smurf is like one of the most like... Like, he's like so okay that I'm like leaning towards like, I don't hate this man territory. You know what I mean?
Loosely resembling the Romans of antiquity. He is then found not by slaves, criminals, or barbarian tribe members, but by the ruling elite of the planet. Guilliman hit the jackpot. The miraculous child from the stars is given the name Roboute Guilliman and adopted by one of the ruling consuls of Macrog. He is raised in relative luxury, given the best education and the best opportunities for growth. Like his brothers, Roboute grew quickly and by age 10 had command of his adopted father's armies, far outgrowing his tutors in every subject from philosophy to science to warcraft. But it's what he did with those armies that would give the best glimpse into what kind of a leader Guilliman had grown to be.
So is Roboute Gorilla Man basically vanilla ice cream? Is he just chicken breast seasoned with salt? The Mary Sue of the Warhammer universe. He is? No, he's just chicken. Oh, he's just chicken, not even... He's just chicken breast, no salt? Ooh. Yeah, they kind of just went past like Perturabo like that. I feel kind of bad for the man. Mistakes of the Emperor. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Yes, but no. He's premium vanilla ice cream. Yeah, I don't know. This video has like a ton of AI art. I read through the description. The description never said that. Never said that. It just says artwork throughout this video is used for educational purposes. If you see your artwork and would like an art credit, message me. Yeah, I didn't realize that, you know, there was like this much. Had no idea. The voice is also AI. They seem to be like a big Warhammer channel, so I thought it'd be okay. I didn't think it was like, you know, I didn't think it was AI. Shit. They seem quite interesting, so I was like, ooh. Well, he didn't skip Purdy, he's going more in order discovery. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Two incidents before his rediscovery show his character very clearly. The first is early on in his career. Not long after he was given command of his father's armies, the mountain regions to the north were home to a nomadic population of barbarians that had plagued the more settled regions of Macrog for years. Young Roboute was tasked with finally destroying them, and at first he seemed to do that, taking their holy sites to force the smaller guerrilla forces of the barbarians to come to him rather than searching for ghosts in the mountains. Once he had drawn them out though, Guilliman called out for a duel with their leader rather than put both armies through more bloodshed. But the Primarch had a plan, and as the two warriors fought each other, it became very clear that the barbarian leader couldn't hope to match this preteen demigod. But Roboute never made a strike. He just parried over and over until the barbarian was exhausted and at his mercy. Then, instead of killing him, Roboute brought out an old religious artifact that his father's army had captured some time before and offered it freely. The Primarch won through diplomacy, bringing the mountain clans into the fold by example and kindness. But he was a Primarch still and was not opposed to being merciless when the moment called for it. Upon return from the mountain campaigns, Guilliman discovered that his father's co-consuls had assassinated him and started a coup. They didn't like the changes that Roboute and his adopted father were making to the Macrogan society, attempting to make it a meritocracy where birthright didn't mean as much as skill and passion. Needless to say, Roboute was not kind to these rebels. Oddly enough, it's at this moment that the Great Crusade had reached a nearby system and the Emperor began hearing about this prodigy on Macrog. He knew immediately that this must be another missing Primarch, but a sudden warp storm kept him away from the system for 5 long years, and by the time it cleared and the Imperial forces contacted Guilliman, he had not only tamed Macrog as its leader, but every nearby system he could reach. And that's really what Roboute was made to be, a superb general capable of running a complex campaign from individual squad tactics to supply lines and fallback options. But more than that, like his brother Rogal Dorn, Guilliman seemed to be made more for what comes after fighting, rather than just the fighting itself. Roboute was put in charge of his 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, and it was at the forefront of most campaigns in the remainder of the Crusade. In fact, aside from the Luna Wolves and their Primarch Horus, no other legion conquered more territory. Guilliman took whole sectors, then built up their infrastructure, ensuring these places could defend themselves and stood the best chance possible to become valuable parts of the Imperium. Guilliman was also one of the most liked of his brothers, not because he was particularly fun like Leman Russ, or because he was beautiful and charming like Sanguinius, but because he was generally calm, honest, and didn't play around when it came to getting the job done. And he was trusted by the Emperor and Horus, which was good because Guilliman's Ultramarines grew to be the largest legion by a wide margin by the end of the Great Crusade, swelling in numbers suspiciously around the same time the 2nd and 11th Legions mysteriously disappeared. One of the—
You know, that makes sense. Logistics does make sense. Like, logistically, right? Him, him being the backbone does make a ton of sense. So, I guess I don't hate him, but is he, like, technically the most boring? I guess. Yeah, he's the logistics. But it's so important. Oh my god, okay. Well, someone in Twitch chat's going crazy. Someone said, my Oshi, my hunky red nerd. Well, guys, if you're a Magnus stan, it's your time, guys. It's your time, guys.
Most psychically gifted of all the Emperor's sons, Magnus the Red's story is one that is made in equal parts of hubris and unearned consequence, but his early life almost rivaled the grandeur of Guilliman's. The pod holding the child that would become Magnus landed on Prospero, a far-flung colony of outcast psychers, mutants who were not welcome anywhere else.
The psychers!
The pod came screaming in like a comet and smashed into the central plaza of Prospero's largest city. The boy emerged, fully conscious, and was adopted by the local scholars. And that bit about Magnus being conscious even as he emerged from his pod is important. He was such a powerful psyker that he remembered his whole existence, even his own birth.
What the fuck?
In fact, it wasn't long before Magnus was having conversations with the Emperor himself via the warp, long before they would ever meet. In this way, Magnus was probably the most prepared out of all his brothers to rejoin the Imperium when the Crusade arrived. In the meantime, though, Magnus set to work on Prospero, cleansing it of a parasitic infestation of psychic wasps and restoring the city of Tizca, which would become the new capital. Prospero was allowed to flourish in a way that no other colony of mutants could ever hope to.
Genuine question, why is he red though?
In the Imperium or otherwise, and by the time the Emperor finally made it there, the planet stood ready to join the Imperium. Magnus and the Emperor formed a deep bond for the time they were together, Big E didn't exactly have many peers who could even come close to matching his psychic might, so having his newly found son with him on dives into the warp was a great experience. Think of it as the psychic equivalent of tossing a ball around in the backyard. But the Emperor had a big problem because he was really trying to push back the forces of the gods of chaos, and to do that, he decided the best idea was to give them as little oxygen as possible, which meant ignoring their existence to starve them of the attention they needed to gain power. And this meant that while Magnus was the most warp-gifted of his sons, he had to be very stern with him on many occasions.
Damn.
Magnus was not to investigate or dabble with creatures from the warp for any reason. And then he gave Magnus his legion, the 15th, the Thousand Sons, who were currently suffering from a large-scale mutation called the Flesh Change. Being made from Magnus's genetic material meant that his legion was also home to some of the most psychically active Marines in the Imperium, and without any guidance, they couldn't control their powers, even as they tried desperately to ignore them. Magnus and the Emperor worked tirelessly to find a solution, and in the end, Magnus sacrificed his eye in a bargain with the warp creatures to save his sons, and for a time, this stopped the mutations. Here's where things get frustratingly bad for Magnus. So every Primarch is made for a purpose, and it seems as though Magnus was made to be a fountain of psychic energy. He was more powerful than almost any other psyker in the galaxy at his height, and his curiosity to learn more so he could grow and gain control was a very predictable outcome of designing a being with this sort of power. Knowing all of this, the Emperor told him to just not poke at the warp and left it at that. He never really told him why. He never went into specifics. It's like telling a child not to touch an oven, but not that it will burn you if you do.
So he was just a bad dad then. What the fuck? He was just a bad fucking dad. Told to do nothing and did even that wrong, but I mean, the Emperor's just a bad fucking dad. He was like, don't do this, but I'm not gonna explain it. I'm not gonna tell you why you shouldn't do this, just don't do this. Like, I'm a brat, right? Like me, I'm a brat. I do it. I fucking do it. You know, if my mom told me not to do something, I'd be like, okay. And I do it anyways. Okay, well, I mean, shit, I guess it all stems from, like, Big E being a weird dad.
And so, of course, Magnus kept researching and poking at the warp. The Imperium, though, was very superstitious about psychers and mutants in general, so even amongst his brothers, Magnus was viewed with suspicion, and in some cases, outright scorn. It didn't help that the further and further the Crusade got from Terra, the more strange creatures it came across, including many warp creatures that no one could identify.
Okay.
Demons weren't a known thing. Remember, the Emperor had strictly clamped down on that knowledge, so it was blamed on Magnus and his legion, with even the other Primarchs distrusting him due to his use of warp sorcery. But Magnus was determined to prove the usefulness of psychers in warfare when it was properly tempered, and he developed the Librarians, a special group of Space Marines who were sensitive to the warp and who could be trained to use their powers for the benefit of the Imperium.
Okay.
Librarians proved so effective that the practice soon spread to almost every legion, much to the anger of Primarchs like Mortarion and Leman Russ. The debate over the use of psychic powers grew so heated that eventually the Emperor was forced to call a special council to decide what to do, and on Nicaea, Magnus and his doctrine were put on trial. It was a difficult and lengthy process, with Primarchs and Marines from many legions weighing in on the pros and cons, but eventually the decision was made that the only psychers allowed in the legions would be the astropaths and navigators that are necessary for warp travel, and the librarians would go back to being normal legionnaires, strictly hiding their psychic abilities. Magnus was unhappy with the decision, but he held it for a long time, even dissuading his brother Lorgar from secretly researching the secrets of the warp after the council had ruled. Of course, things were progressing now in a way that would leave Magnus very little choice but to use his might to help the Imperium, but that's a story for later. 10th to be found was Sanguinius, the literal golden child of the Imperium. The Primarch of the 9th Legion was perfect and is as close to a Gary Sue as possible in this lore. He was kind and compassionate while being strong and merciless against those who would do harm to humanity. He had powerful psychic gifts, including a strong ability to see the future like his brother Conrad Kurze, except he wouldn't be driven mad by it. He was
Okay.
a masterful combatant, a courageous and wise leader, a brilliant tactician, and beloved, or at least respected, by every one of his brothers. And yes, that is over the top, almost cartoonish so, but we should remember that the story of Warhammer 40k quite often drifts into the operatic, and Sanguinius is hardly the only character with outrageously blunt portrayals. We would argue that the inclusion of a perfect son was necessary in this larger-than-life story. The pod-carrying Sanguinius crashed into the planet of Baal, a world that had suffered nuclear and chemical warfare throughout the Dark Age of technology, and as a result, the surface was a blasted and irradiated hellscape.
So Sanguinius grew up in, like, Fallout then? The Fallout universe? Also, Nate, thanks for the super chat. Magnus was supposed to power the Astronomicon. Imagine talking with your dad the longest and doing everything you can to save your sons from the flesh changing, only to have your son's future career being a light bulb forever. Oh. That is insane. Sanguinius grew up in Fallout. So yeah, so Sanguinius grew up in fucking Fallout then, shit.
Dominated by hordes of mutant tribes and a group of unstated humans who struggled to fight for what little resources still existed. These are the people who found the baby Primarch glowing and beautiful. Like his brothers, Sanguinius grew quickly and was taller and stronger than any of his tribe mates by his first year. Oh, and he also had grown wings. No one is sure if it was a quirk of the radiation on Baal or if the Emperor had designed him this way, but Sanguinius had grown an obvious, if beautiful, mutation, a pair of pure white wings that were strong enough to allow him to fly. That, plus his incredible psychic abilities, allowed Sanguinius to lead his tribe called the Blood to victory after victory against the mutants of Baal, and so he was able to secure a future for his found family, even if it was still harsh on the planet's surface. This is when the Emperor appeared, disguised himself as he has done several times, trying to gauge the character of his lost son. But Sanguinius had the gift of foresight because of course he did, and he had seen this stranger in his dreams, knowing who he really was. Sanguinius didn't challenge the Emperor, nor did he immediately bend the knee either. For the first time, a Primarch bargained with the master of mankind. Sanguinius knew what the Imperium was like and knew that his tribe mates would likely be called just in case of hidden mutations, so he set a condition of his service upon them being allowed to live, which the Emperor agreed to.
Okay.
Sanguinius then asked something that no other Primarch had. What would happen if he refused to join? To this, the Emperor gave probably the best answer possible. He said that wouldn't happen because Sanguinius was clearly a man who cared about protecting humanity. He had saved the people of the Blood, and now that he was being given a chance to save humans across the galaxy, there was no way he could pass that up.
Did the Emperor really just like perfect parry the question? What the fuck? He didn't give him an answer. He just kind of said, "Hey, I just know you're not gonna. There's no point in answering this question because I know you're not gonna tell me no. So, damn." Fire Vault by thank you so much for 200 bits. Thank you. Just got here in time for Sanguinius. Hi everyone. Hi. Also, Django, thank you so much for the new Kindle. I can't wait. I'm gonna have it shipped to like Nova's house, for like when I see her, and then I'm gonna start reading the Horus heresy because I can't buy the fucking books. I have to read the ebooks. But thank you so much for the Kindle, bestie. Thank you. Yeah, he really said, no, you won't. Is the Emperor a girl boss, guys? Is the Emperor a girl boss? I feel like he is. I feel like the Emperor just basically girl bossed his entire way through the situation. He's gaslight, he's gatekeeping, he's girl bossing. Nothing girl about the Emperor. No, you see, it's the phrase. It's the phrase. Regardless of if you are a girl or not, you can still be a girl boss if you just gaslight and gatekeep hard enough. Trust. The Karen. Is Biggie a Karen? He is the girl boss. This is so funny. Are so cheap. It's more like to get them shipped over to Singapore, the cost of shipping is more than the books itself. So I'm just kind of here like, oh no. compares himself to Geppetto. Oh, he doesn't care. He only calls them father because he lets them call him father, but they're not his sons. I see. I'm just trying to save you the heresy charge. It's okay, bestie. I think we're all screwed, guys. We're all heretics. I'm literally shirtless. I think I am a heretic. Get Audible? I do have Audible, but the books are also, like, weirdly expensive on Audible. And, like, because I'm in Singapore, we don't have, like, the same region. So I don't have, like, the Warhammer books on Audible. I don't know why. Singapore eBay? Oh, eBay's so expensive, too. It's because, like, it's the shipping that's expensive, guys. It's not, like, it's not the cost of the books themselves. It's the shipping that, like, takes it away. I wanted to get, like a mystery box for, a mystery box so I could do an unboxing on stream again. And the cost of shipping was $60, which is more than the cost of, like, the box itself. So I was like, oh, man, fuck that. No pirates. I don't know if you can pirate a book, but Considering Biggie can appear as anyone you need, does that mean he'd be the ultimate switch? Yes. Yes. Why? It's just not the same region. So a lot of things in Singapore are, like, heavily censored. So we don't get, like... a lot of things in Singapore are heavily censored. So we don't get, like, the same Netflix stuff. We don't get the same, like... we don't get the same Amazon Prime. We don't get the same Netflix. We don't get the same, like, Audible, stuff like that. Yeah. Can't you just order via a bookstore that tends to avoid shipping costs? It's the censorship, bestie. It's a censorship. No goon laws, yeah. The hub is also banned here. That's what VPNs are for. I could VPN it. It's just a pain because I want to read in bed, right? Stim, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. We're watching Warhammer lore. We are watching lore about the Emperor and why he hates all of his children. He just fucking hates all of them. No clue why. But also, hi guys, welcome in. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
He was correct, and Sanguinius swore loyalty without further conversation. Maul was set up as his legion's new homeworld, and after a few years learning about Imperial life and warfare from both the Emperor and Horus, he was given control of his legion, the Revenant Legion as it was called at the time.
Ooh.
The Ninth Legion had basically devolved into a pack of wild killers at this point, scattered across dozens of campaigns, fighting wherever they could. They had all of Sanguinius' rage, but none of his control, and so upon meeting them for the first time, he instead made an oath to them.
Okay.
These men would no longer be honorless berserkers, they would have his leadership and his strength, and in return, he would share their fate. Redemption or damnation, the great angel would be with them, fighting to make them the greatest legion of them all. His passion and intensity drew his men to him eagerly, and with the help of his psychic abilities, the raging flaw in their blood was calmed. From then on, the legion was known as the Blood Angels. At this point, you all must be thinking that it's hypocritical for the Imperium at large, just especially the other Primarchs, to have seen this obvious mutant with potent psychic powers and just universally chose to adore him, whereas Magnus and Conrad are just seething in the background. But as far as the lore shows, none of Sanguinius' brothers resented him until the heresy. Favoritism aside, Sanguinius never fell victim to his ego or believed himself superior to any of his brothers or even his own sons. And true to his word, the Blood Angels quickly became one of the most honorable and effective legions in the Imperial war machine.
Hell yeah!
His friendship with his brothers grew deeper the whole while, especially Horus, who believed that Sanguinius should have been made War Master instead of him.
Wait, really?
Sanguinius was
That's
the
crazy.
best of them and more like the Emperor than any of the Primarchs, he had said. What happened between those two later on is perhaps one of the most painful tragedies in this story. Possibly the greatest fighter of all the Primarchs, Lionel Johnson was found next on the heavily forested planet of Caliban. A pod bearing the mark of the First Legion crashed onto the cursed planet, way too close to the Eye of Terror. This proximity to the largest open warp portal in the galaxy made Caliban a dangerous place, full of warp-tainted monsters. Even the forest itself seemed to have a malign intelligence. Here, the history books lose track of Johnson, as he had landed far away from any human habitation. Somehow, the boy spent a decade in that monster-filled jungle, something almost impossible for even a Primarch to do, But of course, like every one of his brothers, a brush with civilization was inevitable, and some local knights on a monster hunt came across the wild giant of a man and almost slew him out of fear. But their leader, a man named Luther, calmed the whole situation and convinced the boy to come back with them. From there, it's a very predictable story. Now given a name, Lionel Johnson grew quickly, outstripping all his tutors and instructors, rising through the ranks with Luther, who had become his very best friend.
Oh.
The people of Caliban were organized into fiefs ruled over by various knightly orders, very similar to the medieval Europe on Terra. Not long afterwards, Luther and Johnson had gained enough fame that they began to form a coalition of the knightly orders.
Wait, is this art like Warhammer art, or is this just general art? Is this just generic art? Is this actually Warhammer art? But also, can I just say that, like, if I were a Primarch, I fucking hate the shit out of, like, Roboute, like, girly man, because, like, what do you mean you had a normal childhood? Everyone else had fucked up childhoods. Only he had, like, a normal-ass childhood. Oh, that's generic? Oh, okay. Because I was like, if the whole meme was, like, fucking Warhammer art, that's insane.
Believed that altogether Caliban could be cleansed of the monsters that had terrorized its people for generations. Luther was a skilled orator, something that Johnson never really gained a taste for. Regardless, in a single decade, the entire planet was cleared and made safe for the people of Caliban, and Johnson, who had led the overall effort, was made Grand Master of his order. You can imagine that Luther was a little jealous of that, which is something that he never really got over.
Wait.
Johnson spent the following years gathering every other order under his banner until he ruled the planet, which is precisely when the forward scouts of the Great Crusade reached the Caliban system. It seems like Johnson didn't fight or challenge the Emperor when they met, which is a bit odd considering how audacious and proud he was at the time, but it could also be that Johnson simply recognized the Emperor as a superior being, or perhaps
real recognizes real, I guess. Holy shit, I guess that is the way.
perhaps had some awareness of him already, like some of his brothers had.
Ooh.
Either way, he was immediately placed in command of the First Legion, which was swiftly renamed the Dark Angels. The First Legion had been the Emperor's favorite tool for quite a long time, even after Horus was found, and so their leadership was actually very slow to accept their gene father. The Lion, however, was in no mood to accept any insubordination and dueled every company commander he could find, famously fighting a captain wearing Terminator armor while Johnson wore nothing but his usual clothes.
Damn.
It was the right move, and both sides gained respect for one another through the ritual. The same could not be said for the nobility of Caliban, who were scared of change. They attempted to assassinate both the Emperor and Johnson, but were soon after pacified. Unfortunately, this would not be the last time Johnson was forced to act against his own people, as resentment continued to grow while he made a name for himself and his legion on the Crusade. In terms
Okay, when you guys say that Lionel Johnson has the tism, right? Are you guys just like are you guys just saying that because it's like, well, he's more like, well, we'll talk with our fists than, you know, with our, like, you know, words. Is that it? Have you played Genshin Impact? Ish. I played it when it first came out. But explain what you guys mean by, like, he's just very socially awkward. Oh, that's what you guys mean by the tism. Okay, he just doesn't give a shit. He goes non-verbal all the time. Dude, having friends that go non-verbal drives me insane, because sometimes when my friends, like, when we're talking and they go non-verbal, I just sit there and I'm like, okay, do you fucking hate me? You know? He actually really struggles to understand people. But he does have a good singing voice. That is so random. Yes? What the fuck does that mean, dual logs? Guys can... Yeah, so my... Oh, wait, are you saying people fucking hate me? That's my boss, by the way, guys. That's my boss in the other chat saying, yeah, he fucking hates me. Or defense because I feel overwhelmed. Yeah, no, I get it. But like, I don't know. I feel like I'm a chronic overthinker. So it's like, if I'm talking to you and you just like keep quiet, I'm just gonna sit there and be like, okay, well, when did you start hating me? You know? What, some of his sons actually hated him? Okay, well, I feel like Lionel Johnson is also daddy. Feel like he's also low-key daddy, therefore.
In terms of his relationship with his brothers, most found Johnson irritating and full of himself, which he was. Mind you, he was also probably the best fighter of them all, and at one point openly fought his brother Leman Russ over a disrespectful slight during one of their campaigns. Lion was a loyal son, but he had ambition, pride, and was competitive by nature. That, coupled with his difficulty understanding the emotions of his brothers, led him to be liked only by a few and only in small doses. This would change with time, but for now, this is where we leave the first Primarch. A pod containing the Primarch of the 4th Legion streaks across the night sky of a distant world named Olympia, coming to rest in the mountains far from any human settlements. For a whole year, the child inside would be alone, and as he grows to his full gigantic height, he becomes known as an elusive wanderer who slays the dangerous beasts of the mountainside wilderness. While engaging in some curiosity, the boy is found by guards of a nearby city.
Is he basically the Dragonborn from Skyrim? He goes around and just slays things in the wilderness? What?
And taken to the local tyrant. This man immediately understood that the boy was more than a normal human. Being taller than a full-grown man at 1 year old was likely a bit of a giveaway. He adopted the boy and made every attempt to show him love and affection, something that the Primarch would never reciprocate. He chose for himself the name Perturabo and refused to grow close to anyone except his adopted sister. Perturabo was interested only in excellence, efficiency, and cold logic. He led his father's armies in subjugation of the other fortified cities of Olympia, but only because he wanted experience with siegecraft, something that he would indeed become known for. This was the man that the Emperor found when his crusade reached Olympia. Perturabo tossed aside his adopted family easily and took up his new legion of super soldiers made with his genetic material. He named them the Iron Warriors, and he was just as ruthless with them as he was with his enemies. After looking over their war record, Perturabo decided that his Marines were lacking in many areas and punished them by ordering decimation. 1 in every 10 legionnaires were chosen by lottery and beaten to death by his squad mates, and he ordered this more than once in the coming decades whenever his Marines failed to hold up to his exacting standards.
What the fuck?
And so he became known for many of the negative traits rather than his talents. In fact, we are of the opinion that no Primarch squandered their gifts quite like Perturabo did. The Lord of the 4th Legion was even more of a genius than most of his brothers, able to understand the workings of any machine by simply studying it for a while. He was able to think so quickly and at such large scales that he had a computer grafted into his skull to handle some of the more mundane tasks and calculations involved in managing a battle. But all of that couldn't help him overcome his greatest enemy, himself. Perturabo was self-important, petty, and jealous. His great mind was often turned to how unfairly he believed he was being treated. His brother Rogal Dorn, for instance, was given some of the most glorious campaigns and was trusted to build the fortifications on holy Terra itself, while Perturabo's legion was given the most thankless and grueling sieges imaginable, taking tremendous losses over and over again. To his credit, Perturabo may have complained and whined like a petulant teenager, but he did his job and he did it well, and for the most part, his stoic nature kept all the whining internal, but that sort of brooding poisons even a Primarch's mind over time. This bitterness led him to make foolish mistakes and quarrel with his brothers when he didn't have to. It also made him a very easy target for later heresy, although that's a story for later.
So basically, he just had, like, he was just insanely petty and jealous then, huh? He's a victim of generational trauma, but also, yeah, he's just like, he's just like insanely unrecognized, so he was like really fucking sad and shit. Not to mention that time when he strangled his adoptive sister in a fit of rage when she called him a proverbial man-child. He's really good at his job, though. He just wanted attention. That's it. Guys, Peter Turbo has the toxic masculine mindset of making your complaints as whiny and bitchy, so he stayed silent forever and kept seething until it burst out. Guys, don't do that, okay? Take care of your mental health. I want everyone to be happy and mentally healthy, so if you ever have any complaints in life, don't be afraid to talk about it, okay? Don't, like, be afraid to talk about it. Too late, lol. I mean, don't fucking crash out. Like, I don't want you guys to, like, you know, have, like, that mental health issues. I can't stand him. Peter Turbo, he's, like, I feel like everyone, okay, what if I, like, asked Poorhammer if they wanted to do a tier list on, like, the most traumatized Primarchs, we'll rank them by trauma. When he kills his adopted sister, I lost a lot of respect for him. Yeah, that sounds terrible. That sounds really fucking bad. Too late, we're watching VTubers? Well, that's true. That's true. I would ask them, but then don't count on them saying like yes or anything. I don't even have a way to contact them, to be quite honest with you. But yeah. His superpower is to autistically detect every flaw in a design. I'm not gonna lie, that low-key does feel like a superpower to me, though. It does feel like a superpower to me, and that sounds, like, insane, and that sounds, like, really cool. Yeah, he lost a lot of respect for himself, too. Do regretted it immediately. I think that's really... I don't know. I know Bricky the Primarchs as VTubers? Holy shit. Hell yeah. Okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Mortarion of the 14th Legion is
Mortarion.
an interesting case. Uncompromising, grim, relentless, but also angry and bitter. He is a Primarch forged by hardship, and is one of the very few cases of an eventual traitor who could possibly have remained loyal were it not for the pressures and calamities that struck him and his legion. In the beginning, the boy who would be Mortarion crashed onto a poisonous world called Barbarous, directly onto the remains of a recent and cataclysmic battle. The victorious alien warlord suddenly heard the cries of a child echoing across the battlefield and was surprised to find a human-looking boy. Barbarous is choked with poisonous fog that rests thicker and thicker the higher one travels into the mountains. Doesn't have much effect on the alien warlords who ruled this planet, but for humans, even a Primarch, it was very toxic.
Ooh.
Luckily, the child was stronger than a normal human, and so could survive a little bit of the poison, and so the warlord named him Mortarion and kept him in a private villa on the mountainside as a sort of pet. Mortarion grew like his brothers had, with the warlord teaching him everything he knew about fighting and leading armies. He would take the child with him on campaigns against other warlords, and Mortarion learned quickly, but he was not grateful to his adopted father. Mortarion saw that the warlord was not human, and knew that his own people lived below the poisonous fog. He also knew that the warlord was afraid of him, having...
So, Mortarion grew up basically in Mad Max then, huh? Is that it? Is Mortarion the salty loser who never showers? Mortarion was also a douche. Okay, so his childhood sucked, but we can't forgive him for that because he's also kind of like a douchebag. There's a tier list already. Ooh, Mad Max with anthrax for oxygen. Ooh, okay. The saltiest. Ooh, Morty the unshower one. Is that his? He's a true VTuber Primarch. Shut up. No way. Shut up. Oh my god.
Having built his own home much higher in the mountains, in such thick fog that even Mortarion couldn't breathe. So he escaped,
Toxic.
climbing down to the human villages to see what his people were like. He found frightened, superstitious people who were constantly under attack from alien warlords, using warp magics and strange technology.
Oh,
By now, of course, Mortarion himself looked a bit like a monster. He had come from inside the fog that no human could survive, and he was monstrously huge compared to them. But eventually, as he helped with harvests and made himself useful, the humans began to trust him. And that's when a minor warlord attacked. The gigantic Primarch grabbed a two-handed scythe and destroyed the attacking army, chasing the surprised alien leader into the fog and killing him to the cheers of the human villagers. And so a peasant uprising began. Mortarion taught them how to fight, taught their blacksmiths how to make weapons instead of farm tools,
Hell
and
yeah.
made crude respirators for his new army, his Death Guard. When the next alien army attacked, he
That's kinda
seized the
sick.
initiative and charged up the mountain with his army, and together they began to take out the aliens one by one. This time, fighting in the fog strengthened humans and Primarch alike, and on the eve of the final battle with Mortarion's adopted father, a stranger arrived. You all know where this is going by now. It was
We do! It's the Big E! Also, thank you so much for the super chat, Billy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Astartes Anonymous, the Primarch trauma tier list. Really? Hold up. Let's see. Don't ask why is there a picture of like MBT in the corner. Girl, I don't fucking know. Primarch trauma tier list. It's not Big E? Wait, where? Lawyer tier list? What does the lawyer tier list even mean? Like, could they be a lawyer, or who needs a fucking lawyer? Did you ever think you'd go this deep? Kind of? Like, when... Okay, so I know you guys are probably thinking I hopped on the VTuber, like, Warhammer bandwagon, right? You're, like, right-ish. It's because I saw a friend's boyfriend. Like, we were all hanging out on a Discord call. And one of my friend's boyfriends was playing Space Marines 2. And I was, like, watching him play Space Marines 2. And I slowly started getting, like... I slowly started thinking, wait, this is actually kind of sick, though. So then I started, like, reading up about Warhammer. Realized, oh... The wiki teaches me absolutely nothing, and I'm very confused. But... Autism tier list? Is it really a thing? Oh my god. We'll watch the revisited one. Hold up. Maybe not right now, but we'll watch it after, I guess. But yeah. I like, on the lowest of keys, hopped on the bandwagon. It just so happened that when I started getting into Warhammer, it also, like, happened, it also, like, happened when people were also starting to get on it. So it's just, you know, it's just a matter of timing, I guess. I don't know why this is an actual video, but I'm not gonna question it. It's only 9 minutes long. I feel like we could all watch it, right? Oops. I feel like we could watch it. Also, I love his I Love Erda hat. Very true, very real. Yeah. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
was the Emperor, though Mortarion didn't know. He challenged the Primarch to take his former father's fortress alone, on the condition that if he failed, he would swear loyalty to the stranger. Mortarion was proud and would not back down, even though being so high up meant almost certain death, but up he went. Predictably, it did not go well for him, as the hoses on his breathing apparatus melted and he passed out. The stranger stepped in, saving him and revealing himself to be the Emperor at the same time, and Mortarion, true to his word, pledged himself. He was given the 14th Legion, the Dusk Raiders, who he renamed the Death Guard after his brave army of peasants. Recruiting from Barbarous meant that the 14th Legion became known for relentless assaults and uncompromising advances. Whenever there was an enemy that was too tough to break, Mortarion and his Death Guard were called in and simply walked forwards until they ceased to be a problem.
I kind of love that mental imagery. Like, they're so tough, they just like keep just walking forward and like fighting people. Like, that is such a cool imagery. It's kind of insane. Hi, sorry, Kitty. I was just watching your VODs on YouTube. Yeah. We're learning up about Primarch lore right now, and like, it's honestly very interesting. I don't know. I can't realistically tell you guys that I'm gonna remember all of the Primarch lore. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even think I'll remember all 18 of them, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, they're so resilient that it's kind of a cool. It's kind of such a sick trait, right? Like, the mental imagery that comes from like this is really cool. Very few people do. Yeah, I think it's like, there's so many of them, it's kind of hard. Shit, I don't even remember what my decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Do.
Humorless and strict, Mortarion didn't make friends amongst his brothers, either being enraged by their use of psychic powers like he was with Magnus, or accusing others of being too soft thanks to having a more luxurious upbringing, like Guilliman. He grew bitter, like Perturabo did, about getting the most thankless assignments, but he did grow very close to Horus during his time in the Crusade, a relationship that would lead to his downfall.
No!
Okay, look,
Lorgar!
No one likes him, but we have to talk about Lorgar. This guy is really the whole reason the Horus heresy even happens. There are factors involved with him turning to the dark powers of chaos, but at the end of the day, Lorgar is the first heretic. The pod holding the child that would become Lorgar Aurelian crashed into the deserts of the planet Colchis, and was found quickly thereafter by a band of nomads who recognized that this child was something special, and they weren't the only ones. A wandering priest named Corferon also immediately recognized that this 17-day-old child the size of a 10-year-old was clearly more than human, and after convincing the boy to come with him, Corferon slaughtered the nomads to keep Lorgar a secret.
What?
The boy was then raised in a harsh, religiously strict environment, and it was here that the first bit of poison worked its way into Lorgar's character.
So, like, what? So Lorgar basically grew up in Dune? It's all Corferon's fault? Well, true. Well, very true. So bro just grew up in fucking Dune then. Okay.
It seemed the boy had a natural draw to faith and to the fervor that comes from truly believing in a cause. Had he been raised on Terra, this might have translated into a strong adherence to the imperial truth, but instead he took on the religion of his mentor, and Corferon worshipped the primordial truth, one of the many names for chaos. He physically and mentally abused the boy, ensuring that Lorgar was loyal to him alone and pushing the extraordinary youth to seek a leadership position. Corferon knew Lorgar had what it took to rule the whole planet, and he wanted to control the next ruler of Colchis. As Lorgar grew more powerful, his psychic abilities began manifesting. He began dreaming of a golden armored giant and a cyclops in blue robes coming to Colchis. He interpreted this as the return of the primordial truth, but really, he was seeing his brother Magnus and the Emperor in a prophetic dream. Regardless of the truth, this was too much for the established religious rulers of the planet. They declared Lorgar a heretic, which is ironic in hindsight, and attempted to arrest him. But Lorgar had not only become a fully grown Primarch, but he had many devout followers.
That's crazy!
Within the next 6 or so years, Lorgar was the undisputed ruler of a fanatically loyal planet. And then finally his dream came true, and the Emperor arrived with Magnus at his side. Lorgar, of course, had been waiting for this and gladly pledged his loyalty to his true father. The worship on Colchis changed overnight to worship of the Emperor, something he did not agree with at all, but Lorgar was new and he indulged his son for now. Lorgar was given the 17th Legion, the Imperial Heralds, now renamed the Wordbearers after Lorgar himself, and the title he had gained while purging the unfaithful of Colchis. It is clear that Lorgar was originally meant to be that zealous face of the Imperium, the first—
Wait, no, so he was basically like... Oh god, he was basically like indoctrinated into a cult growing up then. That's why he's so fucked up in the head. No. Oh, now I feel bad for him. I know he's like a prick. I know he's like kind of a douche, but like shit, he also had a terrible upbringing. Man, now I'm sad. He's also very emotionally unstable. Brother, who isn't? Or at least, you know, me. But who isn't? Oh, this is so sad. His superpower is being a Jehovah's Witness. Wait, what? What's a Jehovah? No, his superpower is propaganda. What the heck is a Jehovah's Witness? He was brainwashed and groomed. No! Don't feel bad for him. Lorgar is genuinely tragic if you look past his assholeness. He kind of is a dick, huh? He is kind of a dick. But, like, do we hate him? Probably. Probably, right? Yeah. But, oh, they knock on your... Oh, it's the ones that knock on your door. Oh. Hi, Mac. We are flip-flopping between hating and loving people. We're flip-flopping. We all hate Lorgar. Oh, okay, well, I guess he's unredeemable. He does something super unredeemable then. Ooh.
First thing the enemies of humanity would see, and they acted in that way for many years of the fighting in the Crusade. The Lorgar would not stop worshipping his father as a god, and this led to the first real signs of trouble. Wherever the word-bearers went, on every world they conquered, they erected a cathedral to the Emperor. They made the office of the chaplains religious leaders for the Space Marines that would eventually be adopted by every legion, and not only was the Emperor displeased with the slow progress of the 17th Legion, as they kept pausing to establish these churches, but the Emperor was disgusted with the religion. Space Marines are for battle, not faith, he told Lorgar, and demanded he stop. When the word-bearers continued, more drastic measures were taken. It was even rumored that the Emperor almost used the Space Wolves to remove the word-bearers from history, like the 2nd and 11th Legions had been. But some of the other Primarchs, likely his brother Magnus, who had formed a close relationship with Lorgar, begged for a lighter sentence. So the Emperor ordered the Ultramarines and their Primarch Roboute Guilliman to come with him to Lorgar's perfect capital city of Monarchia and raze it to the ground as Lorgar was forced to watch. That was the last straw. It was too much, and it was while the Primarch mourned his city and the loss of his faith that his old mentor, Corferon, came to him and reminded him of more worthy beings to worship.
No!
From there, plans began to be written while Lorgar and the word-bearers pretended to be model Imperial soldiers, and the snowball began to slowly roll downhill. The Horus heresy had begun.
No!
The Great Khan is a strange case amongst his brothers,
Jagatai
not because
Khan.
of any particular quirk or cartoonish failing, but because there's nothing really strange about the man, aside from him being a genetically modified superhuman demigod, of course. Jagatai landed on a planet called Chogoris, or Mundus Planus if you're an Imperial surveyor.
This is the one that doesn't shower, right? Like, this like the entire chapter, they're like famous for like not showering, right? This is the one.
This planet is almost a paradise, wide-sweeping plains of green grass, gorgeous mountains, and deep blue oceans. The people living there were loosely organized into nomadic tribes, relying on their horses to hunt and travel. There was, of course, conflict between the tribes. Raiding and slavery were common, and larger tribes formed empires that ruled large areas of the plains. Jagatai was found by a smaller tribe and spent most of his early years doing what every other tribesperson was doing, fighting and hunting. But just like with his brothers, his quick growth and effortless excellence marked him out as different, and many of the local tribes came to revere him as a gift from the gods. The biggest thing that made Jagatai different was that he was totally disinterested in fighting, or rather, it might be more accurate to say that he was much more interested in what happens after the fighting.
Like
in the future
party?
that could be won by fighting, and that mentality wasn't just rare among the tribes of Chogoris, but among his brothers as well.
I just realized Mortarion is the one that worships Nurgle in the end, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah. Okay, because I was like thinking, who's the Death Guard? Like, they look a little different. I don't remember. Then I realized, oh, they're the ones that get like Nurgle-fied. Oh. From Stinky Planet to Stinky God. Okay, that makes sense. He did it to save his Space Marines from the painful disease they were afflicted with. Oh, that's so sad. I hate that now that I'm learning about the lore, it makes me feel slightly sympathetic towards, like... Now that I'm learning about the lore, it makes me feel slightly sympathetic towards, like, towards the Primarchs. Even if they're, like, really bad people, even if they're, like, massive assholes, I still kind of, like, feel, like, a tinge of, like, oh, I get it now.
At some point, his adopted father was killed in a raid from another tribe in the area.
No.
Jagatai might have been a man of peace, but he was still a Primarch and would not allow this attack to go unanswered. Gathering what warriors he could, the young Jagatai found the offenders and wiped them out.
Yeah, get their
wholesale.
asses.
Afterwards, Jagatai seemed to have come to a realization that he was feeding into the same cycle of violence and revenge, and so he swore that he would end the fighting and unite the tribes under one banner.
Ooh.
Now, it took him over a couple of decades, but he did eventually conquer every settlement and tribe, absorbing them into his horde. and he mostly succeeded by relying on fast-moving light cavalry. He would attack and withdraw, fading into deserts and open plains to avoid counterattacks, while baiting his opponents into chasing him. Many of his brothers would later criticize Jagatai for these dishonorable tactics, but the Khan rarely lost and often took down forces many times his size.
Okay.
He was also a very practical man, and when the Emperor landed on Chogoris, he recognized him for what he was, a powerful human warlord who could help him unite his people across the stars. He pledged his loyalty immediately. Jagatai was the Primarch of the 5th Legion, the Star Hunters. Luckily for him, these Marines already fought in a way that he was used to, being used primarily as scouts and fast-right forces. What they lacked was a sense of self, and Jagatai saw to that immediately.
Okay.
Remember, he was a man who thought about what happens after the fighting is over, and he firmly believed that if a warrior didn't have a peaceful way to express themselves, it could lead to disaster. And so he encouraged his sons to take up the arts, writing, painting, music, anything to help them grow and experience culture. He was proven to be very correct in this, as just like the Iron Warriors, the 5th Legion, newly renamed the White Scars, were often given the most grueling, thankless missions. Scouting and hunting elusive enemies across the stars was hardly glorious and took a long time to finish, but they never gave up on a hunt, and unlike their Iron Warrior brothers, they never grew bitter or resentful because they had more in their lives than just moving from one mission to the next.
Wait, I kind of love him now. Oh no, I really love him now. What? He makes so much sense. Okay, Rogal Dorn's still up there, but I think like Jagatai Khan might be like number 2 now. He makes so much sense. He's so smart. What the fuck? He's just a chill guy. I love this energy. Also, you're suggesting Mr. Bones. Okay. Mr. Bones 40k.
Thanks to Raid Chattel. Thanks to...
Guys, I would love to
Thanks
watch
to-
this video. It is 6 hours long. I would, as much as I would love to watch this video right now, it is 6 hours long. I don't know if my bladder could last 6 hours, guys. The Lost Church? Where? I don't know. Well, I'm gonna add it to the watch list. We'll potentially watch it one time. But we gotta lock the fuck in. Who's after Khan? Whoever else gets like found next. I have no idea. It's an animation? Okay. It's the shortest Primarch summary video in the market. Oh, okay. Well, we'll put like the Lost Church. Is this it? It's also an hour long. Well, we could watch it, but probably after we're done with this stuff first. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
If only all the Khan's brothers were so level-headed. Nostromo, a planet in perpetual night, was rich in adamantium and the suffering that comes with large-scale mining operations. The weakened and overmined surface was barely able to hold up most buildings, let alone a pod screaming in from the polluted upper atmosphere. A pod marked with the number 8, slammed straight through the upper crust of Nostromo, deep into the heart of the planet. Down that far, the only things around were people conscripted into mining adamantium and the wild animals that had adapted to living in the urban conditions. Unlike his brothers, nobody ever adopted Conrad. No one ever found this miracle child and took him in to raise him, and so he grew up feral, hunting wildlife for food and observing what he could of the humans around him. Everyone born on Nostromo had never seen sunlight, and those living at the lowest depths couldn't even afford artificial light, and so they had adapted to living in total darkness. But Conrad was a Primarch and could see everything. Extreme poverty is what breeds crime, and injustice was everywhere. The young Conrad may not have been taught by anyone, but he knew enough to know that hurting someone is wrong, taking their things is wrong, and as he grew, so too did his understanding of those concepts. Nostromo...
Okay, hold up. I have people in chat saying wood and he's the most fuckable Primarch. What does that mean? Also, Commissar says that's his dad, so, you know, you're about to fuck someone's dad, bro. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Commissar. Thank you. Also engaged in cannibalism? Hold on now, what? I can fix him? Excuse me? Dude is not a good Batman without limits. So basically Conrad Cruz is Batman, but he kills people. Thank you so much, Dontavius. Thank you. Conrad is fucked up. Conrad is fucked up. Wait, what? He's okay, so he's Batman plus the Punisher. I could not fix him. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not strong enough, guys. I don't think I'm strong enough to fix this. Okay, well, Hit Honcho in Twitch chat says he could fix him. I believe you, bestie. I believe you. Yeah. Oh my god, we're gonna keep watching because I need to see how bad this gets.
Was a capitalist oligarchy. The planetary rulers were all wealthy mine owners or industrial leaders, and they were corrupt to the very core.
I'm not even
flimsy
surprised.
pretense the planet had for a justice system was of course rigged to only ever affect the poor and never the rich. Kurze saw this and had the power to change it. Petty criminals started to be found dismembered on the streets, then prominent leaders and corrupt officials would be found hanged and disemboweled. Crime began to rapidly disappear as mothers warned their children to behave lest the Night Haunter find them. The nickname stuck. In fact, Conrad felt it was a more fitting name than any else he had received.
Oh, okay.
Eventually, as crime in his city completely ebbed away, the Night Haunter revealed himself to the people and took his place as the monarch of Quintus. He even allowed himself some hope that his planet could be saved. He used his new power to gather knowledge, learning everything he could about as many subjects as possible. He led fairly and justly, even becoming known for his patience. But then, the nightmares would start. Like many other Primarchs, Conrad was a very psychically gifted man, and his particular abilities involved foresight. But he was plagued with visions of a dark and terrifying future, including his own death, since he was very young, and whenever he would seem to be getting a hold of himself, he would have another seizure, see the end, and go hunting for criminals. This, of course, is the problem with believing oneself to be the arbiter of right and wrong. Eventually, you will lose sight of yourself and become a monster that uses fear rather than compassion to gain respect. It was this sort of man that met the Emperor, Fulgrim, Ferrus, Manus, Rogal, Dorn, and Lorgar when the Crusade reached Nostromo. The Emperor told Conrad that he was here to take him home, but Kurze replied that he was the Night Haunter and had already seen what the Emperor would do to him. Nonetheless, he did pledge his loyalty, knowing how inevitable his visions often were, and was given his legion, the 8th Legion, which he named the Night Lords.
This is so edgy! Oh, I thought Corvus Corax was edgy as fuck. This guy's also edgy as fuck. Oh my god. How does the Emperor have 2 sons with an emo phase? Yeah, he's basically like Yagami. He's like, I will purge all the bad people in the world. What? He's so edgy. Guys, I'm cutting myself on all of this edge. Holy shit. Ricky's favorite Legion, by the way. I think it's kind of funny, but also this is mad edgy, guys. Holy shit. Yeah, Corvus Corax, Corvus Corax is just like, he's just like, I listen to My Chemical Romance. This guy, full on, is the emo guy in every, like, horror movie that tries to summon a demon. That is insane. This is me. Is it you though? Is it you though, Kevin? That is crazy. Bro is actually like crawling away. No, okay. So you don't get it. Okay, so apparently bro is so against crime. Yeah? He's like so against crime that like when someone tried to kill themselves, he killed them first because murdering is a sin. And since he's about to off himself, that's murder. Like, I guess the logic, like, I guess if I really, like, you know, like, do, like, the leaps of logic, that kind of works, but also, like, does it kind of work? I don't know. I have no idea. And they, oh yeah, he also tortures them first because they tried to commit a crime. I guess by leaps of logic that, like, works. This is the... I guess when you guys said this is the Batman plus Punisher, this makes a ton of sense. Like, I get it now. I get it now. It, like, actually, like, majide. Like, I get it now.
Biggest problem with this was that the 8th Legion had been formed from prisoners on Terra, and we all know how Conrad felt about criminals. He attempted to recruit new Marines from only the finest, most upstanding people on Nostromo, but in a scheme to pay less taxes, the wealthy folks tricked him into taking more prisoners instead.
What?
It was some time before the Night Hunter noticed, as he was swiftly put to work as the Emperor's personal enforcer. He could see as well as anyone that Conrad's need for justice meant he would do anything to destroy criminality wherever it was, and so the 8th Legion swiftly became known for fighting campaigns against rebels, heretics, and dissenters. A Space Marine is a superhuman soldier, a mountain of muscle, wrapped in the finest armor available. They were easily a match for any of humanity's worst nightmares, and so whenever a community decided that they weren't going to pay the Imperial tithe, or didn't want to join the Imperium at all, the 8th was sent in to scare them straight.
What?
Eventually, of course, the other Primarchs found out that Conrad and his Night Lords were fighting terror campaigns against mostly civilian populations, and demanded he be censured, which he was. The betrayer he felt as the Emperor had berated him for doing as in his mind, he had been told was immense.
That makes sense. I guess, like, they basically sent him out to be like the tax collector, and then the rest of his brothers were like, "Hey, why are you bullying civilians?" Like, huh? Like, I guess I get why he's pissed, cuz he's just doing his job, but yeah. Like, he was used, and then they were like, "Hey, I don't like your methods." Bro, I go crazy. Shit, I go crazy.
And
It
then,
makes
to make
sense.
matters worse, he discovered the trick played on him by the Nostraman nobility and believed neither his world nor his legion could be saved, and all through this, his nightmares kept getting worse and worse. Kurze wasn't a soldier, he wasn't a general, a leader, or a king. He was a killer, with all the powers of a demigod, and even though he had moments where he was able to act like his noble brothers, he ultimately was never able to outrun his nightmares. In the lead up to the Horus heresy, Conrad began to really deteriorate, and while we have attempted to keep any comments on that story for our next discussion, it shouldn't come as any surprise that the Night Hunter eventually gave in to his demons and turned against the Emperor. Continuing the train of abuse.
It's fucking Angron. Let's go, Jets. Also, now I kind of get why the Horus heresy happened. I kind of get it now. Yeah, also, he was crazy. He was mentally insane. He was actually... So, Conrad Kurze does not have the tism. He's just crazy. That's it. Angry Ron. He's just a guy. He's just a little angry, okay? I feel like let men express their emotions, okay? Let him be angry. How dare. He's psychotic? Oh, yeah, no, he's not. He doesn't have the tism. He's just fucking crazy. That's it. And we believe in your bladder. Guys, I am your strongest soldier because right now, I will hold it till the end of this video, okay? Trust and believe. We have 15 more minutes of this video. I just want to tell you... No, we have 11 more minutes of this video. I want you guys to know that. We have 11 more minutes, okay? The Screaming Gallery... I don't know what that means. Rule followerism, but also psychotic. Okay. 40 minutes with you yapping. I feel kind of bad. I want you guys to know this video is an hour and 17 minutes long, and we've been watching it for nearly 2.5 hours. It is over, guys. It is so over for me. I don't know what Screaming Gallery means. We'll wait to see what it means, but I don't know. For right now, I don't know it yet. Okay? 3, 2, 1.
confused and abandoned sons, we have Angron the Red Angel. Like his brother Conrad, Angron never knew peace, even from the very start. The 12th Legion's Primarch landed in the cold mountains of a planet called Nuceria, surviving on his own for a short while before he was attacked by what was likely a troop of Aldari who had foreseen what the boy would become and attempted to stop him before he grew any more powerful. Angron was found after the fighting, badly wounded and surrounded by alien corpses. The people who found him were not saviors, however, but slavers, who saw this boy as an opportunity to make some money. Angron was sold into the gladiatorial fight pits and was put to work butchering other people for the crowd.
No.
During this time, his only positive influences were his fellow gladiators who trained him and gave him companionship. As he swiftly grew like all his brothers had, Angron became a crowd favorite and beat anything his masters would throw at him until he was ordered to fight his mentor. Angron flatly refused to harm the man who had been most like a father to him, and so he was given surgery to install a device called the Butcher's Nails. The nails are a type of passive lobotomy. Probes are inserted into the parts of the brain responsible for rage and attached to powered cables that bear a resemblance to dreadlocks. Slowly, these probes amplify the aggression of the victim until their brain can't take the damage anymore and they expire. The nails did their job, sending Angron into a blind fury, and when he awoke, he was surrounded by the cheering crowd while his adopted father lay dead at his feet in the sands of the fight pit. Angron broke then, and with the nails burning into his thoughts, he led a slave revolt, breaking out of the pits and gathering as many gladiators as he could before fleeing into the mountains like a 30k version of Spartacus. They lived there for years, fending off attacks from his former masters, but eventually starvation took its toll, and Angron prepared to die in one last glorious fight with what remained of his gladiator family. In the middle of this final fight, a shimmering teleportation field brought the Emperor himself. He had seen one of his lost sons close to death and had come to save him. "Come with me," he said, "and you will have a legion of soldiers, a long life spent waging war and perfecting your skills."
Bitch, you couldn't have arrived sooner? What the fuck? This is so tragic. I hate this. I'm so sad right now. I feel so sad right now. Holy shit. No, it gets worse. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. We're gonna keep watching. It gets worse, and I don't know how it gets worse. And I'm not gonna read the comments just in case anyone is telling me how it gets worse. I'm not gonna read it, okay? But are you questioning the Emperor's decision? It sounds like heresy. I have questioned several things about this universe. By the way, to everyone who's followed, thank you so much. Thank you, and welcome into the basement. Welcome. I'm not reading the comments just in case, like, anyone's telling me how it gets worse, but... Okay. I'm bracing myself, okay? 3, 2, 1...
Angron said no, so the Emperor returned to his ship and teleported him anyway. Angron was forced to watch as his family fought to the last without him, and he raged at the Emperor, forcing the Master of Mankind to pin him in place with his mind. Angron asked why he hadn't saved his gladiators, and the Emperor said he had his sights on bigger things. Angron despaired, saying that he was meant to die with them on Nuceria, and that only a ghost remained. The Emperor said that a ghost would suffice. Never has the Emperor's cruelty and ruthlessness been on display more than with Angron. The Red Angel was just the first to discover that the Primarchs were not his sons at all. They were simply his favorite tools. Raging and powerless to change his fate, Angron spent months in his new battle barge, killing any Space Marine from his legion who came to talk to him. The 8th Legion were the Warhounds, an efficient and brutal assault legion with a strong history of success. Regardless, Angron didn't want them and took a man named Karn, the captain of the 8th Company, to calm him down by letting the Primarch talk about his fellow gladiators and their traditions, a rare moment of compassion that would not last. Angron renamed his legion the World Eaters and set about putting his sons through more and more dangerous situations to prove their worthiness. Every time he would challenge them, and every time it wasn't enough. Angron was bitter, and the nails were also slowly killing him. Primarch though he was, nothing could be done to remove them, or so the Emperor claimed, but Angron's advanced physiology made it slow and very painful.
No!
Eventually, his sons began making their own versions of the nails in an attempt to show solidarity with their Primarch, but all it did was make him hate them even more. Corvus Corax.
The Emperor's kind of a bitch for that. Holy shit. Like, am I being a heretic right now? Sure. But like, yo, the Emperor's kind of a bitch for that. What the fuck? Like, what do you mean I don't need the rest of them? Like, hi, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, Angron could have been a bit more stable if he had, like, his buddies there, but the Emperor was like, no, I need you unstable. Huh? I'm so sad. Oh no. Malcador agreed nothing could be done about the whole nail thing is so fucked up. It's so fucked up. I'm just calling it right now. I'd be so angry at fucking like Roboute girly man for like having the most normal childhood while like while like, you know, if I grew up in like a fucking gladiator, you know, with like nails in my head, I'd be so mad. And he's just slowly dying. Oh my god. The daddy issues are so bad. This is insane. This is, like, insane. Yeah. The fact that, like, okay, what, he only went there when he sensed that Angron was about to die? I'm so sad right now. So it's our boy Crow. This is he writes poetry and listens to My Chemical Romance.
Corax has a story that somewhat mirrors his brother Conrad. The pod of the 19th Legion's Primarch came to rest on the airless moon of Lycaeus, a mineral mine used to feed the factories of the Forge world it orbited. Like Nostromo, Lycaeus was populated by the poorest and most powerful of the population. Criminals, political dissidents, workers who had not met their quotas on the planet below, but instead of turning on each other, these people managed to form a loose community, and when the pod holding the infant Corax was found by a slave girl, they believed their savior had come.
Oh.
Hiding the child from the guards, the people of Lycaeus raised the boy and he grew supernaturally fast, just like his brothers had. The people forced to work the mines came from all walks of life, so Corax was taught about philosophy, politics, demolitions, guerrilla warfare. Hell, he probably knew how to cook by the time he was fully grown.
Damn. So he was in a bad world, but he didn't have like the worst childhood then. Also, Nate, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Remember when you asked if Guilliman was resented by his brothers Angron? Angron rips him a new one. I rip him a new one too. What the heck? Corax had a stepmom? Okay, so Corvus Corax does not have mommy issues. Is Corvus Corax a wait, should we do a high value man tier regarding the Primarchs? Like, which of the Primarchs is a high value man, which of the Primarchs is a low value man? Who do you think's a high value man in this universe though? Meister Miller, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Jagatai Khan is S tier. Jagatai Khan is a high value man. Rogal Dorn is probably a high value man. Only Vulcan. Vulcan is Vulcan tier. Okay. Crow's a high value man. Okay. I kind of love how we all know what a high value man is. Long live the Khan. Hell yeah. Sanguinius left? Okay, Sanguinius kind of died. Does that still make him a high value man? King of Nothing watches about Angron? Okay, I will hold up. We'll what's it called? King of Nothing? I don't know how many of these we'll watch today. King of Nothing. This one? This guy? No, I don't think so, right? Wait. Warhammer? Do I have to type Warhammer? I have no idea what you're talking about, Billy. I'm sorry. Never stop yapping. It's cute. I kind of love that you guys do know what a high value man is. I mean, the Khan also left. That's true. If they leave, are they still high value men? That's the question, guys. Zach McCall, thank you so much for follow. Also, Russell, thank you for the super chat. Corvus Corax was a legitimate good dad like everyone else. Maybe Dorn and Vulcan, yeah. Okay, so I don't really know what the King of Nothing is, but if you join the Discord and you drop the if you drop the link in the Discord, I'll have like my manager look over it. I mean, it's kind of what we aspire to be. That's true. Okay, guys, I'm proud of you guys for knowing what high value men are. Very proud of you guys. Hunting down Lorgar. Lorgar is hiding scared in his room. Deserved, guys. How much value does Guilliman get for literally being killed but still coming back not once but twice? Okay. Girly man coming back makes him a high value man. I'm just saying. He didn't come back once, he came back twice. Therefore, Angron, the monster born of slavery, it's a rough origin story. Okay, maybe that's what we need to watch then. Angron 40k. We'll just type that. Angron comforts his dying son. The sad story of Angron. Maybe we'll watch this like later. Okay. But let's just keep watching this right now. 3, 2, 1.
Raised to be a leader, the young Primarch got to work planning a rebellion. He organized people into combat squads disguised as work teams, forged his own weapons in concealed dugouts, and hid them across the moon.
Okay.
Then he started ordering small attacks to boost recruitment and begin weakening the establishment forces, hitting multiple places to spread out the already thinning garrisons of guards. Once morale was weakened just enough, he ordered the real attack. His forces overran security checkpoints and control bunkers, taking the moon very quickly, but of course, this was hardly his end game because he knew the tech guilds on the Forge world below would strike back at the rebels living on Lycaeus, and when they did, he was ready. Forces from the planet didn't know the moon like the miners did, and at every turn the soldiers were outmaneuvered and destroyed by the rebels.
Damn.
Finally, while they were busily trying to sweep the mines, Korak sidestepped the planetary forces and sent a nuclear charge to each of the 5 major cities on the Forge world using the supply routes that used to bring minerals down from the moon. With the major power bases for the establishment destroyed, the rebellion spread on the planet itself, and the moon was renamed Deliverance in honor of Korax's.
Can I be for reals? Sometimes when I see pictures of like Corvus Corax and of we just watched him, I forgot his name already, shit. Conrad Cruz, I can't tell the difference. Is that a crazy thing to say? Sometimes when I see pictures of them, I can't tell who's who. Because they both have like the like Vega claw, right? Yeah. Corax is Cruz without mental issues. Blue armor? Was the other one blue? I thought this was, wait, I can't tell. I was like, they look so similar, I can't really tell in like the art. So I was like, ooh, I have no idea. But okay. Both actually talk about each. Oh, that makes sense. It's kind of the point. Oh, okay, great. Also, he's like smart, huh? Crow smart. Holy shit. Oh, so Conrad is the mentally ill emo and Corax is the mentally stable emo. So that means that Conrad is a low value man and Crow is a high value man, guys. We already know.
Victory. This is precisely when the Emperor showed up, impressed with his son's ability to do so much with such little support. Korax agreed to join his father on the condition that he help the rebels stabilize the Forge world.
What are those bangs? Excuse me, get a better haircut. What are those bangs? Ugh, bestie, no.
Which was now in chaos below. He agreed, of course. This wasn't a request from Angron after all, and called.
Wait, I need to look at that meme.
Now in chaos below. He agreed, of course. This wasn't a request.
If you're saying I play favorites, you're wrong. I love all my children equally. Earlier that day, I don't care for Angron. No! That's crazy!
Request from Angron after all, and called for the Mechanicus to take control of the factories to bring imperial order to the planet. Corax was given the 19th Legion, which he renamed the Raven Guard. Unfortunately, the Master of the 19th was not pleased with what he saw. Before his rule, the 19th Legion was a sabotage specialist legion. They operated stealthily and raided rather than fighting battles outright. That part was to Corax's liking, but the 19th also engaged in terror tactics like their brothers in the 8th Legion did,
Oh, they
and Corax
are blue.
did not want to become the Night Haunter. So he restructured, ensured his legion would only take missions that involved attacking forces with superior numbers in the defense of civilian populations, and never against them. Very swiftly, he became known as a reliable guerrilla commander and was generally more liked than Conrad ever was. Mind you, Corax and Horus never ended up getting along, but considering how things worked out, that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
The shadowy cell in the deepest, darkest part of the dungeons under the Imperial Palace reads Subject 11. Alright, we've kept you waiting this whole time, but now we can finally finish the story of the 20th Primarch and the history of Omegon. Unfortunately, the secrecy is still a large part of their story, as there is no record of the world where Omegon's pod crash landed. What we do know is that thanks to his soul being shared with his twin Alfarius, Omegon came to understand his nature a lot sooner than most of his brothers, barring Magnus, of course. With this understanding, the young Primarch assaulted some pirates, stole their ship, and took off towards Imperial space.
That's
At the
crazy.
same time, Alfarius was leading his Ghost Legion further and further ahead of the main crusade, working to soften targets for the other legions, of course, but also to search for his brother. It's unclear if the Emperor even knew that Alfarius Omegon was actually a set of twins, as it could have happened when the Chaos Gods stole them away, but they always acted as though he didn't know, so perhaps it's the truth. Regardless, at some point, Alfarius finally learned where his twin was, and taking just a squad of his legionnaires with him, went off to find Omegon. The pair immediately recognized each other and presumably started finishing each other's sentences. They talked and agreed that now was the time to reveal themselves to the Imperium and their brothers. Remember, at this point, no one but the Emperor and his advisor Malcador knew Alfarius existed. He had been disguising himself as a normal Space Marine general the entire time. So the two of them planned out exactly how the encounter would go so that it looked as natural as possible. Omegon had built up a little coalition of space pirates or something of that sort, and so, pretending to be the one and only long-lost 20th Primarch, he attacked a Luna Wolf's forward element, trapping the big Imperial warships with just a few tiny fighters. Once Horus stepped in his own flagship, Omegon boarded and killed his way to the bridge before Horus stopped him. Recognizing another Primarch instantly, the War Master stood his men down and declared that the last Primarch had been found. As for his name, when Horus asked, Omegon simply said, "I am Alfarius." The plan had worked brilliantly, and Omegon continued to play the part of Alfarius for a few months, building a bond with Horus before finally meeting the Emperor, who must have thought Alfarius was enjoying some sort of joke. Regardless, the 20th Legion was renamed the Alpha Legion, and off they went to finish the Great Crusade. Now, not all the other Primarchs liked Alfarius. Both he and Omegon were skilled communicators, and they had a love of philosophy, but they always seemed to irritate their brothers slightly. Guilliman especially was very vocal about how much he disliked the way the Alpha Legion fought, to his eyes completely disorganized and making use of non-Astartes operatives. This stung Alfarius, as he believed his way of warfare was every bit as effective as Guilliman's rigid organizations and battle plans. So he pushed his legion harder and harder, making more convoluted battle plans and using loose formations and cells of his marines to weaken an enemy long before the main army ever reached them. Alfarius and Omegon may have been latecomers to the Crusades, but they performed some of the most masterful executions of enemy forces out of any legion.
Was that Saint Celestine in the back? I think it was. But also, that's crazy. Least favorite legion so far. Okay. I think for right now, my least favorite legion, in terms of like the story, probably the Word Bearers. I mean, I like the story. I just think like, in terms of like, who do I like the least? It might just be the Word Bearers. I don't know. The thing about it is that I feel like right now I'm so sympathetic to Angron. I'm so sympathetic to a lot of the ones who fell to chaos, right? That I'm just kind of like, maybe it's just fucking Lorgar that I don't like. I think Peter Turbo is okay. Peter Turbo is just a guy with like Omega like small PP energy, but also he wasn't the favorite son, so I kind of get why he was mad all the time. Lorgar was just like corrupted as fuck. Can't really do anything about it, but he did bring the snake in with him, so you know. Yeah. That's the thing. I think Peter Turbo is just insanely petty and he has like mad imposter syndrome. And I get it. I get it, you know? Yeah. So it's just, I think right now, so basically all of my judgment right now is based off of this one video, right? Where they are TLDRing all of the Primarchs. So if there's deeper lore, I don't know it yet. Okay? If there's deeper lore, I don't know it yet. This is all based off of this one video we're watching right now. Okay, now let's keep going in 3, 2, 1.
The Alpha Legion was also the last of the 3 Trefoil Legions we mentioned previously, and their special purpose could not be more clear. Designed to be independent thinkers and to have small numbers so as to force them to adapt and use human operatives to supplement their forces, the Alpha Legion was always meant to be the spies of the Legiones
This sounds
Astartes.
kind of cool.
And so even when things began to fall apart and their brothers began picking sides, Alpharius and Omegon kept their cool and began making plans. They would ensure that humanity would survive. Thank you all so much for coming along with our exploration into the origins of the Emperor's sons. It is not an exaggeration to say that this part of 40k's lore has become the most expansive and developed, covering stories of amazing and not so amazing quality. The Black Library has published over 50 main novels in the Horus Heresy series alone, with more books covering other aspects, including one for each Primarch on their own. For our part, it felt right to put out this brief introduction of each Primarch before diving into the story of their downfall, so we hope you enjoyed this discussion because the conclusion is on its way. Just be sure to subscribe and ring that bell so that you don't miss the next More Lore.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we have the Remembrancer video on here. I skimmed through it a little, if you guys can tell, but also this is a 5 hour and 39-minute video. I don't know how much of it we'll watch right now, but in the meantime, gents, I gotta pee because it's been 3 hours. Okay, sympathy is the seed of heresy. Tell the Imperium that. What are they gonna do? Arrest me? Huh? What are they gonna do? Get your little inquisitors. Get your little inquisitors come here and fight me. What are they gonna do? Get my ass, huh? So we're gonna. Yeah, just exterminate is the planet I'm on then. What are you gonna do? Huh? Okay. So we're gonna okay, we gotta like talk about this too. So there's like a bunch of like Primarch videos. I don't think we're gonna watch all of them because if we keep watching videos about the Primarchs, right, in like one entire showing, it might get stale. Because we're basically regurgitating information over and over again. So now I think what we need to do is we need to like decide. Are we gonna watch the deep lore into all the Primarchs or the deep lore into some Primarchs? But also, I gotta pee. So be right back, guys. I will leave you guys to stew over it. But in the meantime, I gotta pee. I don't know how to do a poll on like I don't quite know how to do a poll on YouTube. So Twitch chat, can any one of my mods do a poll on like whether we should watch like the full thing or if we should watch like specific videos that talk about specific people? Be right back, guys. Welcome into the basement, bestie. Okay, gamers, I'm back. And, let me think. I was gonna say next week, because I don't know if I'll be doing like an in-depth watch-along stream. I think next week, one of the days, we're gonna take the day off, okay? Oh yeah, I should probably just go back to game screen. So one of the days, we're gonna take the day off. We're gonna do a Discord watch-along of Hell's Reach next week. So no stream on that day, but we will be watching Hell's Reach. So if you guys want to watch Hell's Reach, you know, as a community, join the Discord, !Discord. Yeah. I'll even help you guys out. That's if you guys want. Good night, Myojin. Good night. Yeah. If you guys want, Tia's Coot, thank you so much for a follow. Wait. Oh, you have a recommendation. Standalones you can pick up. Okay, we'll look at Mr. Bones. Because I think Mr. Bones might be a good watch. A lot of people have recommended them. So let's just see if he's got like a playlist of all the Primarchs. Oh, he does. Okay, guys, I think what we're gonna do for right now is we're gonna watch the Mr. Bones meet the Primarchs. It's kind of like Meet the Primarchs is like, sounds kind of like Meet the Medic from like Team Fortress, huh? That kind of style. I think that's kind of fun. Find your Discord? Hell yeah. I feel like trying a deep dive into Angron would be good. Yeah. We can do a deep dive into Angron. I kind of want to watch this one though. Every Warhammer 40k Primarch on the autism spectrum revisited. I think this would be fun. What do you guys think? I kind of want to watch this. Because it's a reference? I think it's fun. Yeah. So the reason why we're not doing Hell's Reach on YouTube, we're not streaming Hell's Reach on YouTube and whatnot specifically, because I'm in a company as a corporate streamer, I can't stream certain things. So this might be a little bit better and stuff like that. Okay, guys, we're gonna have a little bit of a cleanser. Okay, we're gonna be a little less sad. We're gonna watch something funny. This is only 10 minutes long. How long could we yap about stuff? Hi guys. Also, hi guys. Welcome in. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, wait. This is embarrassing. I have to reload the page.
What's up, nerds? Zach the Goblin here. Looking at my calendar, it looks like we're due for your next dose of 40k Primarch slop content. And this time, I'm revisiting my ranking every Warhammer 40k Primarch on the autism spectrum video.
Hell
In this
yeah.
video, I'm going to be addressing some comments and potentially adjusting some of my rankings accordingly. And
Okay.
yes, don't worry, I will be talking about Perturabo. Just like last time, I have a quick disclaimer. I am not a doctor, and I am not literally diagnosing any of these fictional characters,
Girl,
nor am I being
neither are
disparaging
we.
to actual autistic people. Everything I say is for jokes and should not be taken seriously. Oh, also real quick, as I am writing this,
Wait,
there are
Vulcan looks
over
fun.
300 comments on the video, so if I missed some argument that was super profound, I apologize. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Warhammer 40k content. Now with that out of the way, it's Goblin time. So here was the final autism spectrum ranking we ended up with last time. If you want my reasoning behind why I put each Primarch where they are, check out the first video.
Wait, okay, maybe we should be watching the first video. I clicked on the wrong thing. Hold up.
What's up, nerds? It's Zach the Goblin here. Let's be honest.
We have watched If the Emperor Has TTS. I think the videos will be coming out soon. They're in the process of being edited, but the full VODs are live on on my live tab. If you are interested in watching me watch If the Emperor TTS, which by the way is a really fun series. I really liked it a lot. Oh my god, I came out of it really liking fucking Magnus and and Kitten. So hey, it was great. Yeah, okay, we'll watch the old one then. This one, the old one probably makes a little bit more sense instead of like watching the new one where we have no context.
Honest for a second. Everyone likes slop content.
We
and
do.
Everyone likes Primarchs. So I figure, why not combine the two? So in this video, I am going to rank the Primarchs on the autism spectrum. This video was sparked from a throwaway line I had in a video which definitely got a reaction, and that was just about one Primarch. So I figured, why not stir the pot a little and do it for all the Primarchs? But first, a quick disclaimer. I am not a doctor, and I am not literally diagnosing any of these fictional characters, nor am I being disparaging to actual autistic people in any way. Everything I say is for jokes and should not be taken seriously. Although I am right 100% of the time. Well, with that out of the way, let's get to it. So this is the spectrum that we're working with here. I am going to be going in order, but first I'm going to say that the 2nd and 12th Primarchs won't be making it on this list as they are essentially non-existent, so I have nothing to really go off of. So let's start with the Primarch that was the catalyst for this entire video, Lionel Johnson, Primarch of the Dark Angels. The Lion is easily one of my favorite characters in 40k. Definitely my favorite Primarch. While he has the strongest Primarch aura out of everyone, he is also noted in several books to have a hard time actually connecting with the people around him. He has a hard time actually reading people, and in the book Fallen Angels, he can't tell if people are lying to him or not, so we asked the Astartes Nemiel for help. Mind you, Nemiel is surprised because to him, it was very obvious. Also in the same book, he can't tell that his brother Perturabo is bullshitting him directly to his face. On the flip side, the Lion's hyperfixation is all things martial combat. From conducting military campaigns to actual combat, the Primarchs that can match him are few and far between. So, due to all that, I'm going to place him all the way over here. He is truly ascendant. Next.
I love this! His tism is so strong, it's ascendant! That's insane! That is so fucking funny. He has a supertism. I want you guys to know that when we say that the Primarchs have autism or whatever, it is not meant to be mean. It's just that, like, I feel like talking about mental health is a very healthy thing to discuss because we all have I feel like everyone's like a little, you know, on the spectrum in a sense. Like, I don't know, even if it's just like ADHD or whatever, but yeah, we should be talking about mental health in a way that's like, you know, healthy. So I feel like this is fine. Yeah. I don't think the Discord's blocked. Yeah, it is a spectrum for a reason. Yeah. Have you seen model videos about how people paint and build the models? Yes. So we are gonna be doing a deep dive. Once I'm back from my if you guys didn't know, I'm going to a card game tournament next week. Okay? Because I'm a fucking nerd. I know, I'm a fucking nerd. So we're going to a card game tournament next week. That's why next week's streams are gonna be you know, we're gonna be like light mode. So it's not gonna be super heavy deep dives. The week after though, once I'm back, we're gonna be doing a deep dive into the painting aspect of Warhammer 40k. So that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really interesting. I can't wait to learn how to paint. We might paint while it's happening, but at the same time, I'm kind of in this like really weird state, okay? Where I have the kit, I bought the paints, I have what I need to paint. But I feel a little like apprehensive because I'm like, oh, I have everything, but am I really ready to paint? Who knows? But yeah, I mean, we're gonna be learning it, so it'll be fine. It'll be alright. It'll be okay. Taking a look at the models. I bought like the introductory set. I don't think I'll go too deep into the painting, like, rabbit hole, just because I do intend to move in like the next year or so. So painting a ton of like miniature figurines would be a nightmare to move to a different country. So I don't think I'll go too deep into that quite yet. But yeah. I don't know if I have the right cutting tool. Oh my god, you can't just say that to me. Do I have the right cutting tool? I don't know. What if I don't have it and I fuck it up? Ugh. Death. What if I don't have the right clippers? No, it's over for us. Yeah. But yeah, basically, that's kind of where I'm at. I will build some of the smaller stuff, but I probably won't go crazy and like fucking, you know, get like the Magnus figurine or anything like that. No, I do have hobby clippers, don't worry. I built like Gunpla on the side. We're good. We're all fine. Yeah, no, I built Gunpla, so I'm pretty sure I can like use the Gunpla stuff for Warhammer too. It's like, you know, you can get a carry case. I don't know if that makes sense though for right now. Because like it'd probably be a lot more comfortable to build and like paint stuff once I have like my own place, as opposed to like doing it right now and then buying cases just for that. Because that'd be like more stuff to carry over with me. You know? That's the thing. Yeah. That's the issue. Tau Gunpla handcam stream. I don't know if I want to build Tau though. Can I be real? I went to the Warhammer store. I have the introductory set. I went to a Warhammer store because I wanted to buy like some Cadians, right? They didn't have Cadians. I was so sad. They didn't have Cadians. How could they? But it's okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna keep the collection really small for right now. Just really small. Anyways, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Is Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children. Fulgrim is a sexual deviant for sure, a freak, a gooner, if you will. But I wouldn't necessarily say autistic. He doesn't really have any issues connecting with people. Some might say he connects with his men a little too much. I'm looking at you, pair of anguish. So I'm just gonna go off vibes for this one, which, heads up, is gonna be the case for a lot of these. And I'm going to place him right about here. Perturabo.
Wait. What do we think?
For a lot of these. And I'm going to place him right about...
Do we think that Fulgrim is quirky? I think he is quirky. I don't think he has autism. I do agree with this placement. I put him a little bit more to the left, but what do you guys think? I think he's just... You know, I don't think any of them are really neurotypical. The most neurotypical one would probably be Jagatai Khan, but also he's been through some trauma, so hey. Yeah, I think he's quirky, right? You think more to the right? I feel like he's definitely quirky, but he's definitely not neurotypical. The one obsessed with going fast in vehicles is normal. I mean, he's like probably like neurotypical in like the Fast and Furious universe. You guys think he's got dietism? Ooh, maybe. I'm thinking right now. Maybe you're right. Maybe he does fixate on perfection a little bit too much. Maybe he should be a little closer to the right. He's got Tism 0. Ooh. By the way, we did do the experiment. I went to the Warhammer store. I did have a tank top on. They did not. They gave me a discount, but that's about it. I did not walk out with anyone being like, "Hey, you can like ask me for more advice in the future." So I guess your streamer's risk level 0. Okay, let's keep going.
Out here. Perturabo, Primarch of the Iron Warriors. Okay, Perturabo is special because I feel like he is too good at siegecraft to not be on the spectrum somewhere.
No, he
was really the only thing keeping the Traitor Marines going at a certain point. And that being said, I think most people would place him with Rogal Dorn, as they are usually spoken about together and are almost like two sides of the same coin. But I'm gonna be a maverick here.
Okay.
Probably surprisingly, I think Perturabo is actually lower on the spectrum than Rogal Dorn. And I think he belongs right about here.
Wait. Do you think... Wait. I don't know, because if you see, there's like a line in between, like, you know, actually autistic, right? I would feel like he's more to the right, no? He's lower than Dorn, I agree. But he should be more to the right, right? If we're using Dorn as the bar, then absolutely 100% he is lower. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to do our own tier list, guys. We need to do our own tier list. Yeah.
Now we are on Jagatai Khan, Primarch of the White Scars. Jagatai Khan is one of the most reasonable and level-headed Primarchs. He kind of just sees everything for what it is. The Emperor was actually surprised that Jagatai stayed loyal during the heresy,
Really?
since the Khan never really liked him, seeing him as just another tyrant. But he was also smart enough to know that if he didn't follow, his entire planet would have been destroyed. But also he likes to go really fast, so I'm gonna put him right here. Next is Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves. On first instinct, I was gonna...
I do agree with Jagatai Khan being more neurotypical, but I think he'd be like right in the middle of neurotypical and quirky because he does like to go fast, but he is more level-headed. Therefore, this is an autism spectrum for Primarchs. We found a video and thought it'd be funny. Okay, is Leman Russ autism? Does Leman Russ have the tism? Yeah, I think he's quirky. I think he's okay. I feel like Jagatai Khan is just a man with hobbies, and his hobby is going fast. He is basically just a guy. He is basically just a guy. Yeah. I don't think he has the tism. I think he's just a dude. He's really low speed. Okay, we gotta do a tier. We gotta do our own tier list, chat. I think it's time. I think we have to do our own tier list. Okay, in terms of Leman Russ, I want to see where he puts Leman Russ.
I put him pretty low on the spectrum, but then I started thinking about it. The Space Wolves are cool space Vikings, right?
Yeah.
But on the flip side, they are also low-key borderline furries, yeah? And while not all autistic people are furries, I think that most furries are probably autistic. No judgment here, of course. But that is really my only reason to place him high. So I'm gonna put him right here.
This list is invalid. This list is invalid. This list is absolutely invalid. This list is invalid. This list is automatically invalid. What? I don't think the Space Wolves are furries. Boo! I don't think they're furries. I think he's probably... Okay. I feel like Leman Russ is that one guy with the you know that one meme, the one where he's like, I have two wolves inside of me kind of meme. But he gives off mostly like frat bro energy, so I don't think that he has the tism. I think he's quirky, but not tism. And they're not, and I don't think they're furries either. He just has that whole, like, there are two wolves inside of me meme. Right? I think that the whole, like, wolf aspect, right? It's not so much I fucking love wolves. It's just more like Viking culture is very into, like, the spirit, the like, symbolism of animals. They kind of are for lore reasons, are they? He's like the frat bro, right? He's like the frat bro where he's like, my symbol is a tiger kind of frat bro. You guys think he has dietism? Do you guys actually think he has dietism? Okay, wait. Show of hands if you guys think he has dietism or if you think he's quirky. Russ is literally a Tumblr wolf boy. Angel super chatted just to say that he's a Tumblr wolf boy. Okay. Would that make him the tism though? Okay, I would say he would be like here. He'd be like a strong like here for me. Okay? He's like in between quirky and dietism, but he'd be like here. What do you think? Like it'd be like in this like general area, right? I will. Congrats on your first Yu-Gi-Oh locals. I place him more on the quirky side. I feel like he would be okay. I feel like he probably has a little bit more of the warriortism. But I don't know if it's more or less than Fulgrim. He's very social, kind of like a frat bro. I guess, but like, I feel like, don't you guys feel like in the movies, like in those, like in the American movies, do the frat bros not have like fratism? With how obsessed they are about frats. So... they're stupid? Oh, okay. So it's not the tism, they're just dumb. Just using stalemate. Okay, he plays dumb. Okay. So he's just furries are social too. I think the thing about it is I don't know. Okay, maybe we need to learn more about like Leman Russ to determine if he is a furry or not. But in my opinion, like so far, I feel like Leman Russ is more frat bro than furry. I do think he has ADHD. I do think he does have ADHD. He probably does have ADHD. It's called being a himbo. Yeah, he's more of a bro than anything. How much wolf stuff is in his army? But it's kind of like those guys that get like, you know, the wolf tattoos, right? Where it's like, oh, just because they like the symbolism of wolves doesn't mean they want to dress up as a wolf, right? But no, he's definitely got ADHD. That bit's undeniable. So I don't know if he's definitely not neurotypical. So he's more like quirky diet autism because of the ADHD. So he'd be like in the middle here. But I don't think he's close enough to neurotypical, right? They literally wear wolf helmets. I guess. You know? Who knows? We'll skip past this because this is becoming very weird. We'll skip past this, okay?
Next to Purdy. Next up, we have Rogal Dorn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists.
He is
this
ascendant.
One feels
he is
pretty
ascendant.
Cut and dry. And out of all of them, I think this is the one I'm least likely to get flack for. My man is simply way too good at fortifying to not be autistic.
Yeah.
Also, he is a straight shooter and no nonsense to a fault. And
yeah,
while some people would say that just means he is duty driven, and while I would say that all of that is true, I would also say that maybe there's a little of not understanding social cues in there, causing him to be so direct with everything. So I'm going to put him over here, second to only the Lion himself. And
that feels fair. I do feel like Lionel Johnson is probably a little, his tism's a little stronger than Dorn. And I'm okay with that. But he is absolutely ascendant here. He is definitely up there. Him and Peter Turbo are the same. I feel like Peter Turbo is a little bit more introspective, right? You know, lately I've been like worried about stuff like that. Like maybe I can't read the room either. Maybe I can't read the room. You guys think that Peter Turbo should be at the top of the Ascendant list? Really? Lion can't figure people out, Dorn doesn't care. I don't know. Dorn can't read. That's so funny. That's like one of the funniest things I've heard all day. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if Peter Turbo is like ascendant tier though. I feel like Peter Turbo is pretty strong. He's pretty up there. But I think he's a little too like narcissistic to be like full tism, right? Because he wants to get his point across. It's not that he doesn't care. He wants to get his point across. People just don't give a shit. It's a huge meme in the community that Dorn is illiterate. That's my boy right there. Does a man really need to read? The only thing he needs to do is, you know, be there for me. Therefore, illiteracy not a problem. No, I'm kidding, guys. Please be illiterate in 2025. Please, I beg of you. Peter loves building just so much, but he just had his blocks taken away. That's true. That's true. He's more like an asshole to me than like a tism. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, maybe Peter Turbo is someone that we can't classify because his story is so fucked up that we're bouncing between like he's kind of got the tism, but also he's an insane asshole that's also a narcissist. So who knows?
I'm just saying, with Rogal Dorn and Lionel Johnson so high on the spectrum, it's looking like a pretty good day to be an autistic person, if I do say so myself. Now we land on Conrad Kurze, Primarch of the Night Lords.
Okay.
Kurze is, how do I say this
crazy.
gently? Kurze is batshit insane.
Yeah.
So insane, in fact, that even if he was autistic, it is completely overshadowed by being such a schizo. He goes super overboard.
That's
I mean, he once
true.
tortured a grieving widow to death because she was going to commit suicide,
What?
saying that he was saving her and the world for doing so. So there's actually a special place for him. He gets banished to the mega gay zone.
Fuck out of here and go to the...
Now we have Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels. Good old Sangi of the Blood Angels is a Primarch that is seemingly good at everything. With that being said though, I don't really get on the spectrum vibes from him. Gay vampire coded? Most certainly. Emo? Sure. I mean, he would get a little emotional and dye his hair black from time to time.
Wait. Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree? Huh. No? No? Okay. I kind of want to see where Sanguinius ends up.
But like, who didn't have a little emo phase? Am I right, guys? So I think he belongs about here. Ferrus Manus.
I have no idea. Yeah, Kurze got. I don't think Kurze got. Oh my god, what the fuck? I don't think he got skipped. I think he's just so schizo that he couldn't be on the tier list. Sanguinius was first described with black hair. Really? He's charismatic, not autistic. Do you think he's neurotypical then? Sanguinius is neurotypical. Sanguinius feels the most neurotypical to me. Yeah, okay, Kurze got yeeted into the crazy zone, and I think that's okay.
Dye his hair black from time to time. But like, who didn't have a little emo phase? Am I right, guys?
I mean,
so I think he belongs.
I think he's more neurotypical than quirky. Definitely. Ferrus is big tism. Oh, Ferrus is big tism.
Here. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands. I don't really know anything about him, other than he liked making shit, and he got decapitated by Fulgrim. So unfortunately, I don't really feel like I can place him, so I'm gonna put him over here. We have arrived at Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters.
No.
Angron is actually a special case. If he never had the butcher's nails implanted into his brain, he was supposed to be something of an, ironically, calming presence to those around him. But unfortunately, his baseline mental state is only speculation, because a world where Angron wasn't low-key lobotomized isn't the world we live in. So all we have is the perpetually angry psycho that is Angron. So unfortunately, you know what we have to do to him.
Fuck out of here and go to the...
Yeah. This isn't even the autism zone. This
Now we
is straight
have-
up just he's crazy. Yeah, this is okay. I do agree that there should be a tier for that. This isn't even tism. You're just insane. This is so sad.
Robert Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines. Robot Guilliman is going to be a controversial one, I think.
He's
Bobby G is a
neurotypical.
logistical genius, but I don't know. On vibes, he just doesn't feel autistic to me.
Yeah,
but
I
I
think
know
he's
he is one of the
neurotypical,
Primarchs that people are usually like, oh no, yeah, he is totally autistic. And I don't want people busting down my door, so I'm going to compromise and I'm going to put him smack dab in the middle.
Do we think he has dietism? I don't know. He's high functioning autistic, really? I would think. Oh wait, okay. My baseline that I was comparing him against was like, you know, the people at work who are just like incredibly competent. They seem neurotypical and are incredibly competent at their job. Maybe they do have a bit of like. He's just high functioning. Yeah. Like, he feels like he talks to people, right? He feels like he does understand people, he talks to people. But he's also, like, really fucking good at his job. So maybe he is just, like, high functioning. My man just knows how to use Microsoft Excel. I'm just saying, Discord and Microsoft Office would have cured the Imperium. Loves Eldar women. Oh, okay. Is that where we draw the line? Is that why he's got I don't, okay. You know, he gets angry, he just has to eat it. It's very high functioning. Okay. He goes into a fugue state for a few weeks, comes up with tomes of law and decrees. He has done the thing where people stew on their emotions and then fixes it. So would you guys put him at diet autism, or would you put him or would you put him at actually autistic but just high functioning? Asperger's makes sense. I think so too. Diet? Goth Eldar GF, my man. Actually autistic but high functioning. I think he'd be an in-between, but I don't know. It's not canon. His Goth GF isn't canon. Guys, we can't just take away the nicest thing about him, the fact that he has a Goth GF. Fuck. With the help of a female Eldar, they're the most ship couple. Okay, see, we can't take away his Goth Eldar GF from him, guys. Actually autistic but high functioning. I think he'd be like in between-ish. I think he'd be in the middle. Only because it's controversial if he's even got the tism. It's not canon yet. We're praying for the future, guys. It better be canon. Holy shit. Also, can I show you guys, like, this might be the most tism thing that I've been like addicted to for a while. But there's this like horse race thing on, you know, I'll show you guys after this. This might be where my tism is.
Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard. Mortarion just lacks good personal hygiene, but that doesn't make him autistic.
Yeah, I think
what is a
he's
little
also on the
suspicious, though, is
neurotypical
his
end.
hyper focus on all things poisons and toxins. So while I think he is on the low end, I think there is a dash of the tism in there. So I'm going to
But
put
he's
him
quirky.
right here, just past quirky. Now we have Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns. Magnus feels like he would really, really like trains, or would know everything about whales or some shit. I guess what I'm saying is,
Magnus is a fucking nerd. You know what's the thing? I think that I get why this tier list is kind of like controversial. I feel like if we did one ourselves, it would be a little controversial too. But I think that this is interesting.
Magnus is hyperfixation incarnate. His hyperfixation is knowledge itself. So he is definitely up there. I'm going to put him here. Next.
No. Do we really think he's that far up, guys? Do we really think Magnus is that far up? I'd say he's quirky. I would say he's just a nerd. He's just a nerd. He wouldn't be that far up. Not past Perturabo. No, I feel like he would be like, he'd be like, maybe here, on this end of the scale, you know? Like, maybe a little bit of tism, like, maybe he hyper fixates on stuff, but he's just a fucking nerd, right? Yeah, Perturabo needs to be up higher. He needs to be more on the tism scale. But Magnus should be like here-ish. He's just a man with hyperfixations. You know? Higher than Russ, lower than Purdy. That's true. That's true. The fact that Russ and Perturabo are right next to each other kind of pisses me off. なんかムカつく。マジで. I'm kind of mad about that. Ooh. But I do think that he is probably in like this end. Like on the lower end, more towards quirky. He's just a little nerd. He's just a guy. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Next up is Horus Lupercal,
Okay.
Primarch of the Sons of Horus. This one was surprisingly easy for me. I think he is really low on the spectrum. Does he have daddy
Yeah.
issues? Yeah. Was he easily manipulated by chaos? Also yes. Is he bald? Of course. But high on the spectrum,
What does
I would
bald
say
have to
no.
do with
I don't really
anything?
have much more justification.
What?
I just feel it in my heart. So I'm gonna put him pretty low.
No! Horus would be like here. He'd be here. He'd be like here. Now Sunny is playing Warhammer with we were talking about playing Warhammer together. Horus is not above Khan. What does being bald have to do with anything? Huh? Guys. Horus is so neurotypical, he just has insane daddy issues. That's it. That is basically it. No, because he's bald, he's a little higher than that. Bald is efficient? I mean, I guess, okay. Bald people in the chat, when you wash your face, how far up do you wash? I just gotta know. At what point do you stop washing your face? Because it's like all face, right? Forehead, neck. No, I don't mean down the neck. I mean like, you know, up the hair. Your past hairline. Like, cause like, okay, I stop washing my face at the hairline, right? Cause that's like where my face ends. But if you're like bald, where does it like end? The head is part of the face? I mean, I guess. Oh, back of the neck? So you wash like the entire fucking head then. Ooh. Okay, Alfarius definitely has some type of like tism, but he's more like a troll tism than anything. Right? It's just forehead. You polish it like a bowling ball. Y'all have hair. Well, yes, canonically as a woman, I have hair. What if you have a widow's peak? I don't know. Is that like the Vegeta, like, you know, bit? That's crazy. Okay. I feel like these two are neurotypical. They're fine. Horus is just a guy. He's just a guy who got like, who makes bad decisions. I don't think he has autism.
Here. Now we have Lorgar, Primarch of the Word Bearers. So Lorgar definitely has dietism. Lorgar was more of the same. When I looked at this list, I just inherently knew where to put him. I'm sure I could come up with actual good reasons and all that, but I feel it so strongly that I don't believe I need to. He goes here. Vulcan, Primarch of the...
You don't think he has dietism? Wait, what do you guys think? Dietism or full-tism? I feel like Vulcan also kind of has like he's definitely got the tism. Full tism? Ooh. I honestly do think I think he's closer to being insane. Certainly far right. He's crazy, but I don't know if that's like tism crazy. Not he's more fanatic. He's insane. Right? He is batshit crazy for religion. But I don't know if that correlates to tism. I think I throw him in like the crazy tier, to be quite honest with you. Not autistic. You guys don't think Alpharius is autistic? Okay, what do you guys think? Vulcan. Tism, no tism. I think Vulcan is quirky to dietism. Yeah.
The salamanders. I would say that Vulcan is on the opposite pole from the lion. He just seems the most like an average neurotypical person.
Wait,
well,
what?
As normal as someone who is essentially a demigod and unkillable can be. So this was another easy placement for me, and Vulcan goes all the way over here.
What? What? Wait. Huh? I would feel like he's more quirky than neurotypical, right? Even if we weren't talking about tism or not, I think he's a quirky little guy. But you guys think that he's the most neurotypical, even compared to Jagatai Khan? Wait, yeah, he is quirky, right? I feel like Vulcan is infinitely like quirkier than Jagatai Khan. But at this point, this tier list also confuses the fuck out of me. Okay, well. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand enough about like Primarch lore. Yeah, I feel like in terms of like tier list, right? In terms of neurotypical, where I put like Jagatai Khan, Horus, Vulcan. Yeah, Jagatai Khan, Horus, and then Vulcan. Only because Jagatai Khan is the most rational out of all of them. I feel like he's a bit more neurotypical. Is this the autism spectrum? Yeah, but I don't know if I say that Horus is more has more tism than Vulcan though, right? Yeah, isn't the whole thing about like the salamanders like them ritually like scarring themselves as like a celebration for when they like get a promotion? I don't know if that's very neurotypical. And then you have Khan, who's like, we will celebrate victories by enjoying ourselves, by actually having something to, you know, live for. Okay, hold up. I'm mind blown right now. I'm so mind blown right now. What? Huh? Okay, we're gonna keep going because I'm like mind blown.
Now, Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard. So this one took some thought for me. I honestly don't know as much about him compared to a lot of the other Primarchs, and initially I was gonna put him low because of this, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that anyone with a super obvious motif just can't be neurotypical. The whole Raven and Birds thing added some points to his score and landed him here. And finally, we have Alpharius.
But if he thinks that Leman Russ is a furry, why wouldn't Crow also be a furry? I think he's also, I don't think he's like got the tism. I think he's just emo. I think he's quirky. You think so? Wait, you think that he has the tism? I think he belongs in quirky. Liking crows versus literally wearing fur and becoming wolf. Okay, I think I see what you mean. But also, he's just really into the Raven theme. He's just a super quirky emo guy. I think like any guy. Okay, can I be real? I think any guy who has like the whole like emo thing down is more quirky than anything. I wouldn't say they're neurotypical. I'd say they're quirky. Not that there's anything wrong with like emo men, right? But I definitely wouldn't call them neurotypical. Just really, really quirky. Kurko's just emo? Yeah. It's not a phase, Dad. Crow belongs in theater kid. I feel like a lot of content creators were like theater kids, huh? Now that I think about it, like a lot of my content creator friends were like theater kids. Corvus is just stuck in a phase is not the tism. Yeah, I don't think he has a tism. Now this guy on the other hand, this one I low-key do I do kind of feel that he has the tism, but he's also like high functioning tism. What do you think? I like axolotls. Am I autistic? I don't know how to tell you this. I feel like axolotls though in particular is very I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I think that they do have kind low-key autism, but I think they're high-functioning. I don't know. Alpharius or Omegon? I feel like Alpharius has autism. They're super social. I don't think that, like... Okay, I don't think that, like, you can have tism and be social, right? Like, I don't think that those two are, like, mutually exclusive, right? Right? I think they have the Among Us tism, where they're like insanely good at like Among Us, but also it's kind of like to the point where it's low-key autism. They're almost always exclusive. You think so? I think that like I feel like there are autistic people who are very social. They just mask really well. I think that there are autistic people who just mask like insanely well, and they're just like masking like they're like mask maxing right now, you know. Yeah, right. Alpharius goes in the crazy zone because he's a compulsive liar. But isn't lying his job though? Like, I have no idea. Me, I'm moss maxing like I'm in high school. I feel like that's the thing. That's why I think the tier list is actually kind of difficult, because like we can like on face value say people like Lionel Johnson, Dorn have like the tism, right? But when it comes to people like you know, Alpharius, Omegon, and Roboute, girly man, they moss so hard that it's hard to say if they have the tism or not, right? Hi, Kovan. Hi. But then again, do sociopaths have, like, the tism? That's the thing. Yeah, this needs to be a Venn diagram. Lion doesn't have the tism, he's just a wild boy. Lionel Johnson canonically does not understand social cues, and that is like one of the things, right? Not expressing empathy and not having it are not the same thing. See, that's the thing. It is so like I think that's one of the issues, right? Because like a lot of like what was it called? Like a lot of these like mental like health issues, right? Don't they kind of have like a ton of similarities that could be like confused for one another? Because I remember like looking into like depression, anxiety, ADHD, that kind of thing, and it's like, well, I know I have ADHD, but does this also mean I'm depressed and have anxiety? Who knows? All of these traits are very all of these traits are basically in like a Venn diagram that could mean that I could have all of these things, but also I could have two of these things, or I could only have three of these things, and they all just seem the same. So it's like, there's so much overlap that this is a really hard tier. This is a really hard thing to actually do, you know what I mean? Lion's like that because he grew up alone in the wilderness. Well, yeah, if we take into account, like, you know, the way people grew up, then it makes a little bit more sense also. But if we're going off of face value, yeah, it's way too complex. Showing, his recent book is showing and trying to learn and understand his sons and others. Yeah. I do feel like they have, like, insane masking powers. I don't think that they are... I don't think that okay, they're definitely not neurotypical, right? That's not... They're not neurotypical. But I also don't think that they're, like, on the other end of the spectrum. I think they mask insanely well. But also, they could just be one of the other like mental illnesses that can be like understood as a what's it called? As the tism, right? Yeah. They're not neurotypical, but they're definitely also not in the tism range. That's the thing. So who knows? I think it could be multiple personality disorder. They're definitely quirky, but they're also very much not neurotypical, right? Actually, I think if you really think about it, they're all depressed. Considering how many of them have like shitty childhoods, and then there's like robot girly man who, like, you know, fucking has to watch like so many of his sons die. Okay, so anyways, I think we shouldn't do a tism spectrum because we're now realizing that it's they probably don't have the tism. They just have a different fucking illness, a different fucking mental illness, and that's okay. Everyone's fucking depressed. Tism, asshole, or other. I think that, like, I don't know. I feel like on face value, 100% Dorn has the tism. Face value. Yeah, Big E probably is MPD. Big E has canonically split his soul, right? Like, he's fucking Voldemort, right? So he's probably got MPD. Going to bed now. Good night, British. Thank you. Good night, Rogue. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Alfarius is in the press. He's maximum the ends justify the means, which makes him a bit more on one of the, like, psycho sociopath, like, you know, like, end bits, right? Than depressed. Don't know how to feel about this. We were talking about, like, something like this earlier when we were looking into the Primarch lore, like who has the tism, and it's kind of like got into this thing where it's like, wow, we as people should not be diagnosing them, huh? This is kind of bad. I mean, I'll skip ahead. We'll see where he puts them in, but also, I just want to remind everyone that they are very much fictional characters. So they are fictional characters. So, you know, 07's in the chat. But yeah.
And Omegon, Primarchs of the Alpha Legion. For this last one, we got a 2-for-1 special with the twin Primarchs of the Alpha Legion. Because they're noted as sharing one soul, I'm just going to treat them as one person and assume that they land at the exact same spot. They are notoriously super mysterious and secretive, so this one will mostly be vibes. There's something about the I am Alfarius meme that makes me want to put them here. So there we have it, all the Primarchs placed on the autism spectrum.
Well, we've already right at the 2-minute mark, we've already started disagreeing with this man. So don't take his tism tier list to heart. Now let me show you guys my tism. Okay, I want you guys to hear me out. I have something that I've been very into. I don't know why, but there's this thing. It's basically this guy created a computer program where it's horse racing, and the horses need to get to the carrots, and well, it's a 1 minute long, basically a horse racing crack for people like me who don't get out. And it's so interesting because some of them are dumb and some of them have great fucking names. Like the blue one's called Bulletin Board. The purple. The brown one's called Doorknob. And I love it. And I'll just show it to you guys. You'll understand. You'll understand. Okay. So you can see. So who are you guys placing your bets on? You can see some of them are dum-dums. Fucking Red is already... Oh, sorry. I'll make it smaller. So somehow Red has already gotten here. Yellow's also gotten here. Doorknob, my beloved, is kind of an idiot. He's just bouncing around. Yellow is basically almost there. But then fucking Orange is Orange has his eye on the dumb prize. Orange is running straight to the fucking carrots. Right? Jovial Merriment won. And it's fucking Jovial Merriment that won, guys. Let's fucking go. But let me tell you something. Everyone's been saying that this shit is rigged. Because Jovial Merriment has won 5 times. So today, they did it again. They dropped the latest horse race test today. And guess what? They dropped the latest horse race test today. Okay, I keep opening it big even though I shouldn't. Okay. So Jovial Merriment won yesterday, right? Yeah. So look at Merriman's fucking ass. He's right there. Red is already running out. The carrot is right here this time. This is made by a guy who has who's a computer, he's a game designer and whatnot, right? Now look at some of them zooming. Doorknob, my beloved, Doorknob, my little idiot, and Jovial Merriment are stuck in that one corner because they're dum-dums. That's okay. Okay. Black's running. He knows where the carrots are. He is ready. But Yellow is right there too. So who's gonna fucking take it? Who knows? You think Pink will do it? I don't know who's gonna take it. I feel like fucking Jovial Merriment stuck all the way in the corner like a dum-dum today. He's so close. He's so close. Come on. He's literally... You're so close, bro. No, you're an idiot. Come on. He's so close, guys. He's so close. You're an idiot. Jovial Merriman's stuck in that one corner still. Okay. Yellow went all the way back. Yellow is my disappointing son. Who has gone all the way back to the start when he was he was right there. He goes all the way back here. I hate him. And the black just keeps missing just by... Okay, black finally won. Right? And then we finally got downtown Skybox, guys. And I want you guys to see the comments because these are all my fucking friends, okay? Now, I just think it's interesting how as soon as a doping scandal surfaces, Jovial doesn't leave the starting area. Enough of this charade. Jovial must go. But yesterday, because Jovial Merriment won 5 in a row, people were like, oh, fucking Jovial Merriment has to be doped up on some shit, right? And now he doesn't leave the starting box. This is a scandal. This is a crime. Yellow is a troll. I'm invested in it because this is where I am in life. But anyways, let's watch the sad story of Angron to, you know, bring us back down to earth. To bring us back down to earth, because Skybox fucking whiffed. That's insane. It's so random, but this is my tism for right now. This is like what I'm at. This is where I'm at. Okay, just don't question it. Just all you need to know is that I'm kind of a dumbass. Okay, but are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to be sad, guys? I prepped the tissues. I'm ready, guys. Now rank the horses. No, we can't, because some of them don't even have names. They haven't won yet, so they don't have names. I don't know if I'll watch the Astartes anonymous videos today, because right now we are gonna be watching the Mr. Bones 40k Meet the Primarchs playlist. Okay, are you guys ready? You sure to keep the... Okay, bye, JW, bye-bye. Angron deserved it? Did Angron deserve it? I don't fucking know. But 3, 2, 1. Oh, what did I...
A child awakens on a dusty mountain. He doesn't know where he is, and thusly he is confused. He is injured. And because of this, he is greeted by men on horses with weapons that sting and prod and poke. The weapons knock the child out, and he awakens once more in a cavernous pit. Many dirty and vicious-looking men are there, bedecked in tattoos and ritual scarification. The one that seems the most prominent on most of them is a rope of twisting black and red bands going down the length of their spine and then curving up towards the rest of their body. They are preparing for something, and the child is forced to do so as well. The Devil's Tears is the name of the event, or at least he learns that's what it is called. In this cave-like structure, these warriors gather, and the child follows where he is directed. Knowing no malice to any one of these individuals, he simply obeys to try and understand where he is, and what exactly is going on. Following the marching lines of gladiators, he follows them up worn-down stone stairs and into a sun-soaked, dusty arena flanked by the booming voices of a crowd who is watching from on high. The voices are unknown to the child as he doesn't speak their language, but he follows the other gladiators by example, and they go to this platform. Several large stone blocks stacked increasingly small size to form a small pyramidal structure. Directly in the center of this massive dust-covered arena is in the center. The men begin to pool into the center, and the second the last individual steps onto the bottom rung of this massive pyramid-like platform, the area begins to flood with a brackish green liquid, the same consistency of water but with an ominous shimmer and sizzle to it. The smell is what hits the child first. Acrid, caustic.
It's acid?
This isn't just water. As an arena hazard, it's something acidic. This is confirmed once the liquid has started to pool and elevate stage by stage up, and that is when the first of the gladiators is thrown into the pool. The space becomes crowded as the water level rises on the ascending pyramidal steps of the platform, and people begin to fight to keep on to the platform, throwing people into the water, which results in screaming, burning. The smell of singed and rancid meat fills the air as the child looks on nervously. This is when he realizes that not only is he stronger than all of these men, even in his small stature, he is in fact faster and smarter. Recognizing the suffering that these men go through simply by dying in the acid, he breaks the necks of those that try to fight him so they die instantly before throwing them into the acid. One after another, the child ends life after life, trying to make it quick and painless, though showing no fear in the process. Eventually, it is just the child standing atop this mound, the last one of over 3 dozen men that came came out there. A drone, mechanical in nature, the shape of a worm with a large eye in the center, flies up to him and asks him a question. He doesn't understand the language of the person speaking, but a decision is made for him. Through context clues, he realizes they are naming him. As the crowd begins to chant this child's name that he has earned in this arena, he realizes that this is hell, a place he should not be. The crowd chants over and over and over again his name, his new name for his new home. Angron is the name they are chanting. Hello everyone, I'm Arthur, and I thought I should introduce this video differently as this topic is a bit serious to me. I know a lot of you have been commenting that I'm ducking the Angron video, but here it is. For those who don't know, this is part 11 in a 20-part series I am doing covering all of the Primarchs, and me breaking down them a bit more in depth than other people usually would, and try to give a different angle as to how you could view them. Do you need to have seen the other parts to understand this one? No, but it would make me happy. There are several reasons as to why I started this specific series covering the Primarchs, but the main one was a conversation I had with a close friend of mine. I mentioned I always was just kind of annoyed with Angron at the time, and he mentioned to me that, and I quote, "Yeah, it's really sad that he's less of a character and more of an allegory for the cycle of physical abuse," to which made my synapses flare like I was about to have a Jimmy Neutron-style brain blast. That, plus me talking about the Lion for a few days straight before this all started, was what made me want to make this list. I want to talk about other Primarchs, but Angron is one that I've been fixating on for months now. Angron took a bit longer for me to research than the research cycle of the other Primarchs, and thus we are here to talk about him and what I think about him, and why I think he deserves a better reputation than he currently has. I mean, he's not a good character, but he is a good event. So to give a shorter synopsis of the rest of Child Angron's childhood, we started earlier. He was forced to fight for years on end for the entertainment of a group known as the High Riders of New Syria. Being raised by a kind and wise older gladiator to be just and noble, which were actually key concepts to Angron as a whole even before then, it seemed that kindness was very natural to him. So basically, after securing nothing but victories, he was eventually told to fight his father figure immediately after the two of them being battered and bruised by two ogrins with the butcher's nails embedded into their brains. He said no, but he also told off the High Riders and their maggot's eyes drones, which led to him being sedated and forced to have the butcher's nails implanted in his brain. So, the interesting part here is that the butcher's nails were made for humans, so they can be used on humans, and you can survive pretty much indefinitely with the butcher's nails in. It won't be an easy life, and you'll probably succumb to madness, but you will be able to survive. Even abhumans can live for quite a long time. But Primarch brains are significantly different from the stock standard human. So because of that, the High Rider surgeon, made it fit, removing sections of Angron's brain and squeezing in as many of the needly dreadlocks as humanly possible to make it work.
What the fuck? Wait. They had to make it fit? What the fuck? What the ever-loving fuck? What? No wonder he's traumatized to hell. Holy shit.
It did, sorta, turning him into a massive berserking monster that lost all control, and he couldn't think straight, so there really wasn't much in terms of the thinky planny bits that he normally would do going on, so, he did what he could. Just as a heads up, I think this video is going to be a bit longer than normal, so get strapped in, as I have a lot to say. With all that preamble out of the way, there are 3 sections to this video that I want to cover. I've already done technically the first half of part 1.
How traumatized am I gonna be? How traumatized am I gonna be? I already feel like I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna grab the tissues. Hold on a sec, guys. It's right behind me. Okay. Got the tissues. I'm ready. I've got the tissues. I'm ready, guys.
Which is, I want to cover the backstory of Angron as to why he's an integral figure and who he is as a person. Then, after that, I want to cover how he interacted with his legion and how that led to, you know, the whoopsie-poopsie that was the Horus heresy. And then finally after that, I want to talk about where he is now, what my conclusions are, and the major point that I want to talk about. So strap in, this is going to get incredibly depressing. But before I do that, let me just pay my bills really quickly.
It's time for a sponsor.
When I'm slaving away in the gladiatorial pits I call my basement, where I have to fight off corgi-sized rats with nothing more than a dehydrated Subway sandwich, I needs me an energy boost from time to time. But what if I wanted to relax with something that didn't give me a pep in my step, and I just wanted something that tasted good? Well, GamerSupps has many different caffeine-free options that are genuinely tasty.
Hi, I want you guys to know, once again, we are watching all of the ads for one reason and one reason only. If we are watching someone's content for free, we will be watching all of the ads. It only makes sense. If I have enough money, I'd also financially support them. But for right now, I'm a little poor, so we're going to be watching the ads.
I picked up the caffeine-free nuclear bombsicle from that lovable queso last month, and it's been kind of my go-to drink of choice when I'm feeling something sweet but don't want to grab a soda. So, using my code BONEZONE at checkout, will, for a limited...
Is this one called Grandpa's Ashes? You know, I don't want to question
give you free shipping, which ends this Friday the 13th. So you should probably jump on that before you're too late. Grab yourself a shaker cup, a tub of GamerSupps, and make sure to let me know in the comments what you got, because I that shit like a hawk. Thanks again to GamerSupps for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to talking about something incredibly depressing.
No! Oh no! Downward spiral, my boy!
Angron is a character I think about a lot. I'm gonna say that sentence a lot as we progress because in general I think he is a character worth studying. Now look at me being a pseudo-intellectual and trying my hardest to sound all big and bad, but in the short run of things, I'm literally just an idiot. I am just a faux intellectual who is trying to make my point seem interesting enough that you will possibly go back and look at Angron in a different way, and in the process just making a whole lot of noise. I don't think I'm saying Angron's tale in any way different from how most people would nowadays, but I want to make a video that does him justice. I mean, in a reductive way, it's not really that entertaining for me to just say, yeah, Angron was abused by power-obsessed lunatics, so he abused his sons, and now his sons abuse the universe. It's not really that clever for me to say so, but there are so many elements to break down. So, let's get into it, and start with his legion. He is probably the only Primarch to have probably most of his legion fucking hate him. He was a monster of a man, though it isn't without reason. So, once he was out of the High Riders arena and waged his own personal war with a few slaves he took with him, he ended up basically putting himself into a situation where he was going to be killed. The reasons why are a bit all over the place, but it was a mixture of him feeling constant pain from a partial lobotomy and the butcher's nails being implanted, and him just wanting to die a warrior's death with the people he called his family after the death of his father. So that didn't happen, because as Angron and his men were dying, the Emperor pulled him up into his own ship right before he could fight, and instead of taking time to bring Angron to heal, he just shipped him off to the Conqueror, which was the flagship of the Warhounds at the time, and just kind of hoped the Warhounds would kind of set him straight, because they were his gene children. It kind of did. Well, after sending about half a dozen different delegatory forces to go meet Angron, they started to realize their Primarch shouldn't be turning his sons into a viscous red paste on.
I get it, but also why didn't the Emperor, I feel like if the Emperor had saved like some of the gladiators, right, it probably would have made a difference. Like Angron probably would have been like, you know, a little less angry, but then, you know, what the fuck? This is so sad, guys. Iron Warriors also kind of hate Perturabo. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
On the ground whenever he sees them, so they ended up sending Karn. And Karn convinces his dad to work with them, almost dying in the process and appealing to his warrior spirit essentially to do so.
No.
So this marks where Angron takes control of his legion, and it leads to one of the key features of his legion, which is the countdown timer. See, Angron is a slave to the past. He is a slave to Nuceria, the planet he was raised on, especially the traditions he adopted on that planet.
Okay.
So in reference to how him and his escaped slaves would burn High Rider cities to the ground, Angron put in a rule where whenever there was a world that the World Eaters would try to bring into compliance, they would have to do so in a single Nucerian day, which is 31 hours. Failing to do so would lead to punishment before he would take the reins and then start to attack the world himself. These punishments were usually decimation at best, which is insane to think about how cruel Angron truly was because of this, because they can go way worse than that. But Angron didn't care. His legion began to try to work out where they would get the butcher's nails from and how they could recreate them so that they could be more like their father, in hopes that he would become more lenient with them. He even encouraged them to do so that he could refer to them as his sons. But it was also because the nails that were digging into his brain were actually melting the parts of his brain away that could think of the nails in any negative light. It was also slowly eroding away all of his positive emotions in place of rage. In essence, the creation of the nails was the final nail in the coffin that was the World Eaters, as they became no more than a horde of butchers and monsters afterwards, with I think well over 90% to 99% of the Legion being forced to incorporate them, and with only a few stragglers on the side who are incompatible with the nails, alongside the, librarians who can't have them, being the only ones who didn't take them.
But why? What the fuck? I dipped out that I missed the fact that Angron had a dog that died with the rest of his family. What? Angron had a dog? What the fuck? Okay. Who wrote that piece of lore? I just want to have a talk. I just want to have a discussion with this man. Okay, whoever wrote the lore for Angron, I think they need therapy. What do you mean not only his family dies, but the writer gave him a dog so that his dog could die too? Yeah. Apparently Angron had a dog on his home planet that also died. About the dog from Bricky? I probably did. It's been like a week. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. Fuck. Oh man. No, wait. Gladiator Angron. No! He had a puppy! He had a little puppy! Oh my god, I'm gonna... What the fuck? Oh, this is so bad. Oh, he's just a guy. His name is Little Ang? No! What do you mean, Ohio Pua? Hello, Heretics. I get it now. I'd be pissed too. I'd be angry too. I'm just saying, I'd be so angry.
Legion afterwards, even with the nails embedded, was still left divided, as it's often reported the Legion with the highest amount of defectors during the Horus heresy was the World Eaters, because most of them just didn't want to engage in Angron's insanity and decided to defect to the side of the Loyalists. Angron was getting worse. Angron's brain was constantly being pulled on and ripped apart because his Primarch abilities make it so that his brain tissue could just heal over any damage over time, but the nails were constantly there to cause small tears in the brain. So this mixture of constantly creating open wounds to cause pain and constantly healing faster than the wounds can really be made causes this sort of feedback where the nails have pieces of brain starting to grow onto them and be attached, which causes the wounds that the nails create to become greater and greater and greater, ripping larger and larger holes in Angron's brain, causing blackouts, hallucinations, violent mood swings, and him to become even more of a stark, raving, mad lunatic. He was starting to forget. He was starting to lose himself in those hallucinations to the point where even before the World Eaters had fully incorporated the nails, he had to be knocked unconscious by about a half dozen librarians just because he went into a feral rage as one of the cables snapped on his head. It leads to one of the saddest moments I've ever seen. Just this long-running pathway of Angron's life and his relationship with the nails, where in a stroke of genius writing, Angron is forced to fight Roboute Guilliman, which, if you look into it, there are no two more opposite Primarchs that had a very similar kind of base personality. Both Angron and Guilliman were very noble souls when they were young, but it differentiates when you get to how they were treated. It's very nature versus nurture, where there's this interaction between the two during this fight that highlights something that I kind of want to dig into. So put a pin in this, we'll come back.
I just gotta say, I am so sympathetic towards him because he didn't choose to do this to himself. It was forced onto him, and he just has to live with like the fact that it will slowly kill him, right? And he lives every day in pain, knowing full well that it's gonna slowly kill him, but because he has like insane regenerative abilities, it's also like really fucking bad. Like, he doesn't know it's gonna kill him. That's even worse. He also wants, I would too, like shit. This is so sad. This is actually really, really sad. Oh my god. And now he can't die. He's just constantly in pain.
Stated in several books, at least in terms of implication rather than directly stating it, that Angron basically doesn't care. He essentially just has, well, not to diagnose as a non-professional, but he has depression. He states openly in, I believe, the short story After Deshea that he left his soul on New Syria. He left himself on New Syria. The person we see throughout the entirety of our acknowledgement of his existence is not Angron, but pieces of Angron appear when he realizes what he is. Angron isn't happy with himself. He doesn't want to be a berserker. He never would. But he has rode out this path for so long that it's all he knows, and all he wants to do is die and have it end. So there is no going back. It's this ladder theory that I bring up, where at a certain point of climbing a ladder, you can't really jump off without hurting yourself.
Yeah.
So Angron is so far down this path of bloody destruction that most people know him as a berserker, and he can't stop because, well, how could he? So because of this, we only see glimpses of Angron's true personality when he's allowed to have these moments of lucidity. And there was this moment when Angron was fighting Guilliman where Angron just bellows in envy and resentment towards Guilliman, saying that if the shoe were on the other foot, he would be exactly like Angron. It has nothing to do with nobility. It is just the circumstances of their birth were different. He is upset that the people of Guilliman Guilliman's world referred to him as the Great One. Meanwhile, the people of Angron's world of Nuceria referred to him as Slave, referring to the Butcher's nails for probably one of the rare few times as one of the most negative things to have ever happened to him by referring to it with such blunt terminology as they carved up his brain with butcher's knives. It's crazy how much you can actually see the hate and resentment in his tone just by reading that small monologue. But with all that being said, these moments of lucidity don't ever give us a perfect picture of what Angron would have looked like without the nails, and we will never know what Angron would have been like, as when we cut to him now, in the present day, due to Lorgar preventing his warrior's death, Angron is now a demon prince of Khorne, a bloody murderer who does nothing but fight, feel rage and pain, and be a slave to his primal instincts.
No, this is so sad. What the fuck? Wait, oh hi Cora. Yeah, we're on the Warhammer lore rabbit hole. We're getting hit by turbo depression right now. In an ideal world, this man could have been whole. But it's just not happening. Holy shit.
And he can no longer be anything but that. The one thing that he wanted to never be as a child is the one thing that he will always be now. And that's what he is, a slave. He's a slave to Khorne, he's a slave to rage. He is nothing but killing incarnate, and he's the exact opposite of that innocent boy that was on the dusty mountains that was originally the beginning of this story. To get to my conclusion and wrap this up, I like thinking about Angron before he was a murderous gladiator controlled by the nails, because in that you see what he was supposed to be. See, a lot of people think he was supposed to be a healer or a noble warrior, but if you look at the Warhound's combat tactics and a few of the things that they say, you realize that they were still pretty war-obsessed as a legion before he showed up. But to point it out, their combat style lines up with how Angron as a child was. Taciturn and observant, slow and plodding, methodical but without being callous. They have firm beliefs of brotherhood and believe that combat is the best way in order to foster brotherhood. The perfect warrior, the perfect battle brother, but we never got to see much of that as Angron ended up losing himself. Like, a good example of this is one of the most intimidating things during the Great Crusade. It was stated in a few books that it was never the berserking charges of Leman Russ or the fanged angels of the Revenant Legion. It was the silent and moving assault that the Warhounds were known for, where in large and wide formations of soldiers with nothing but melee weapons and small arms would actually make their way forward on a battlefield, moving slowly with shields and swords, grinding their way through individuals, and it's openly stated that they never move faster than a light walk. They would never sprint or run, and I always thought that was super interesting because alongside that, they would never yell. They would never have these berserker charges because they would just simply cut off people and then rip them to pieces like a pack of wild dogs if they ever got close enough. They would never run people down. The Legion, much like Angron, was one of empathy but also stoic defiance, much more so than berserker ragers that they ended up becoming, and we only ever get to see a few scant glimpses of this. But alongside that, we only ever get to see a few scant glimpses of this weird psychic ability that Angron had, his weird Primarch power of supreme empathy, the ability to take away someone's pain and feel it himself.
Wait, so this is, oh my god, so not only can he take away someone's pain and feel it himself, he can just feel like double the fucking pain then. Lorgar sucks, guys. Lorgar fucking sucks. This is so sad. This is really tragic and fucked up and evil and I'm so sad now, guys. What the fuck?
think it's ever fully expressed what this is or what the final part of it is, because the portion of his brain that had it is probably gone now. But alongside that part that's gone, I think that it's more important to point out that Angron, he's no longer here. And I'm not saying that because Demon Prince Angron took his place. No, it goes further back than that. Angron died before any of this, before he was even found by the Emperor. Long before the Horus heresy even broke out, Angron died after Deshea. It's just his body didn't know. I'll leave you all with one of my favorite facts, and it's not commonly talked about, but did you all know that Angron actually made attempts on his own life? One of the only Primarchs to actually do so, only being beaten out by his brother Conrad. Angron fled his legion relatively short into his tenure as the Primarch to a bunch of random feral worlds with massive dinosaurian-style monsters on it. It took Karn, his equerry, over 18 months to find him, and when he did, he got a glimpse as to what Angron was, as in a moment of lucidity. He could see Angron without the madness, which is kind of bizarre knowing the situation. Angron was found naked in some backwater planet's cave, surrounded by tribal fetishes and offerings from the local populace, as well as massive skulls from monsters that Angron had killed with his bare hands. Karn looked at Angron and simply asked, "Why are you here?" And Angron replied in a way that made me feel a certain way that I can't fully describe. He came here to die because he didn't want to live without his brothers and sisters from New Syria, and his life will never be the same. He described the constant ticking in his brain and the pain he was constantly feeling, but he realized that he would never want to be a coward and take his own life in his own hands. So he wanted to find a monster big enough that could finally destroy him. And he never did. And he never will. Karn talked him off of that ledge, but
okay,
I think
good.
there was honestly no one to talk off. Angron is an empty shell. He is not a person. He is not a character. I think Angron is better looked at as an action. He's a bomb that goes off in a room. He is like a living storm, something that can be observed. I think the best way to see Angron is he is a story. And it's why partially I agree with the kind of shit he takes that Angron is the worst Primarch and he's like a bad character. And yeah, he is genuinely not really a good character in terms of writing and in terms of if you look at him from the perspective of a character, but he is a good story. Thank you.
He's such an... Oh my god. Okay, I don't hate Angron, right? Because I think that deep inside, he is, like, sympathetic to people, but at the same time, it's just that, like, so much shit has happened to him, not to mention the fucking nails. But... Oh... Angron is a tool that Games Workshop uses to show that a character is strong by having them fight Angron. I kind of see it, but they made Angron, the character, so sympathetic. It's kind of insane. Yeah, they kind of really made him, like, the punching bag, I feel like. I don't know. He's a terrible Primarch, don't get me wrong. He's a terrible Primarch. But also, I feel like Turbo Depression... Okay, can I mean, I think I can just say it. The Emperor has favorites, right? And it's so obvious who the favorites are and who he doesn't give a shit about that it's, like, kind of, like, painful. He's created these monsters on his own. Yeah. This is so fucking... It's... He started killing people. Like, obviously killing is wrong, right? Obviously killing is wrong. But if you're that, like, insane and crazy and that super strong, where the only emotion that you feel is rage, I feel like I get why he tried to take his own life, and I feel really sad about that. I just feel really, really sad about that. But he's boring? Well, I don't think he's meant to be boring. I don't know if I'm slipping into chaos. I still love my boy Rogal, Dorn, right? But yeah, I can't, but I also can't realistically say that it's him. Cause we know that he is not built like that. He's not actually built like that. He got modified into being like that. You know? Just tragic. Just absolutely sad and tragic. And why is it randomly opening? Like, okay, I don't know why, but like Twitch just randomly opened. Anyways, I gotta pee again. I will be right back. Yeah, if someone messes with your brain to the point where it's no longer you, isn't that like kind of tragic? No, his we've seen his Primarch model. It's really fucking sick, along with like Magnus's one. But oh man, if I weren't fucking sad because of this now, shit, I gotta pee though. Be right back. No, oh man. So the joys of being you're gonna fall closer. Like they're both kind of valid, right? Like I feel like if I were, I kind of get why they turned to chaos, because these were the neglected sons, right? They're the sons that like no one gave a shit about. I kind of get it, but like, it's so sad. But also, I side with like the emperor anyways, because that is objectively the good side, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I don't get why the neglected guys, like the neglected sons, decided to choose to go for the path that they went on, right? Oh man, I'm so sad. Okay, hold on, I gotta pee though, for reals. Yeah, okay, comparatively good side, not objectively good side. I mean, the writing in the entire, like, the writing has just basically made it seem like they are the better ones, but we know they're not. They're like the more good than wrong side. Yeah, okay, I gotta pee anyways. Be right back. Welcome into the basement, bestie. Do you guys know that feel? Where it's like you're a little hangry, so you walk around the house looking for like chips or something, and there are no chips. Only tears for what happened to Angron. And a shotgun for whoever wrote Angron's like childhood. Girl, where I'm at right now, I'm like so fucking sad. Like you have no idea. Oh man. man. I'm hungry and depressed. Can I get like an 07 in the chat? It's okay. It's okay. We're fine. Can we tell if you have about Corvus? Oh. I'm crying because I don't have food, and I'm also crying because this is so fucked up and evil and sad and like, ugh. The next Primarch that I think we should watch is What Happened to the Lost Primarchs. I think we should watch that. Oh, it just started playing on its own. Oops. 07, thank you. You would think, okay, you would think that like at this point I would like keep my fridge stocked, right? I should keep my fridge stocked. But you guys ever go to the supermarket, buy like your groceries, and then you just kind of stand there and you're like, maybe I shouldn't get chips this time around so I can be healthy. And then as soon as you get home, you regret it. And you're like, fuck, I should have bought that. That's where I'm at right now. Also, this video is about the Lost Primarch. So whatever happened to number 2 and number 18? Where do you get your music? It's all from like Shadow. Here, let me just hold up. Shadow. This is it. This is the playlist that I use, guys. Here. It's royalty-free music, so you're basically good. You can use them in your videos as long as you credit them. Sorry, 2 and 11. You're right, my bad. 2 and 11. I'd buy some. I don't. I should. I probably should. You're welcome, bestie. You are so welcome. Okay, are you guys ready for more pain, more trauma? Wait, are we traumatized over them? I don't think so. I don't think we're traumatized, but we are kind of sad. Still. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Arthur, and this is part 10 in a 20-part series I am doing covering the Primarchs in order of the legions. Do you need to have seen the other parts to understand this one? No, but it would make me happy. Okay, so a few people are going to ask why I skipped past the second legion, as well as call this a 20-part series, because if you do the math and you get rid of the second and the 11th part, that means that at most I'm gonna have 18 parts. Shut up and sit down, and I have a plan. You should trust me more often. It's not good to not trust people. Don't worry, my little lumpies. I have a plan, and you shall learn it someday, just not today. Cut back at like part 20 and all will make sense. I can guarantee you it's not nearly as complicated as you think it's going to be.
Okay.
If you are a 40k fan of more or less any depth, then at some point in your existence you have thought to yourself, hey yo, what happened to those 2 Primarchs? And the answer is kind of all over the goddamn place, because the 2 missing Primarchs as well as the 2 missing legions have so many different thought processes around them. So for one, what is the main theory and the information?
Is that fucking Ricardo?
Okay, we know to some degree that they were struck from record, and if anyone brings them up, unless they are a Primarch, they usually get dead. Usually pretty quickly and psychically from an unseen force that's been spying on them since the day they were born. I know the general theory is that it's because they are disgraced, but I think it's time to interject a new theory into that. I think it might just be because that's how the Emperor deals with these kinds of things, as the Chaos-corrupted legions didn't get struck from the record nearly as harshly as the 2 lost Primarchs. So it's probably because that's just how the Emperor dealt with traitors, losers, or dead Primarchs, instead of just what we did with the traitor Primarchs and their legions.
Which, by the way, kind of insane.
The Primarchs are invincible to the Great Crusade that he was planning, instead of allowing them to die in front of the people that he's trying to govern, you know? Though there is the betrayal angle that comes with these things, so that still is possible. I'm just saying that it's not nearly as extreme as you think it is. So with some of the information I have read about, there is also the matter of the Rangda Xenocide, which occurred relatively before all of the Primarchs being discovered, and because of this, it led to what many people believe is the death of one of these Primarchs. It's heavily implied in the Horus heresy that that's kind of what happened, but it's not 100% confirmed. I know a lot of people tend to think the Rangda are mind controllers or a massive cover-up, as it was actually just a Primarch rebellion, but we have no way of knowing this, and it's mostly just fan speculation. It does make a little sense, because not only is it inferred to that one of the Primarchs died during the Xenocide, but they might have been killed by Leman Russ, because Leman Russ has stated that he has a bit of history with killing other Primarchs. I will hazard a guess that it was the Primarch of the Second Legion that was killed by Russ. The reason why? Because in the dark cells on Terra, there is a cell labeled Subject 11, which I thought would have been a cheeky way of neither confirming nor denying it was either, because if it was the number 11 written with 2 1s, it could also be interpreted as 2 in Roman numerals, but no, it's actually written as XI, which is 11, and that kind of kills my funny hypothesis. But regardless, there is a cell containing someone who might be the mind-broken Primarch of the 11th Legion, or it could be an attempt to clone the 11th Primarch, and they are just kept in there for unknown purposes. You know, when Terra gets assailed for the final time and there is no hope, you might as well just let everything out and let shit sort itself out, you know? But yeah, there are a lot of theories out there, like the Rangda were the Crave, and they had mind-controlling powers that could control Primarchs if they were like super strong, because there is a precedent in the past of Super Xenos being able to pretty much manhandle normal Space Marines, like the Howling with the Cacodominus and so on. And it had to have been such a severe threat that the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves as an entire legion were sent after them to destroy it. So there are a lot of different ways of looking at it. I know that theoretically how Gene Seed works, there are still elements of the two legions around, as the remnants of their legion were put into, I believe, the Imperial Fists as well as the Ultramarines, which likely means that they had an incredibly stable Gene Seed with very little deviation or mutation to it, so they couldn't really be picked up out of a line. And because of how Space Marines technically reproduce, with the Gene Seed being extracted from a corpse and then being placed into a new Marine, and then upon their death, that Gene Seed is extracted again, that means theoretically the Gene Seed from that Legion is still technically around if it has been recovered. Now, they could have been wiped out entirely and then just, over the years, just never had the Gene Seed be replaced, but it would be interesting to see if Belisarius called it something like that. Like, my headcanon was, like, possibly the Soul Drinkers were a part of that, where they might have been just the unstable Gene Seed of a Primarch that no longer really exists and is never really acknowledged. We don't truly know what their progenitor is. I know it's stated in the lore in the Soul Drinkers book that we cannot confirm that it's Imperial Fists because they don't match Rogal Dorn's Gene Seed, but in the most recent books, in a small short story for the Soul Drinkers, it's confirmed that they were a member of the Imperial Fist as early as like M34, M33, which means they could be a second founding chapter. But
this is getting confusing. Which Primarch are we talking about? We're talking about the Lost Primarchs. So I'm a bit confused now, right? Like, would you choose the 2nd or 11th Legion for your custom legion? I don't know. I barely know anything about them. I'm just a little like, Waving out Zeech? I don't know how I feel about this quite yet. Cause like, yeah, if even if the Primarchs are gone, the Legion should still be around, right? If they get absorbed, then yeah, I'm so confused, guys.
We don't know. So that's why I think it's kind of interesting. It's kind of fun to fantasize about, you know? Where in general, you don't fully know if there is or is not a chapter of Space Marine that has traits that are linked to a progenitor that no one knows about, that are just put into a chapter that makes no sense. I am looking at you, Dark Krakens. A chapter of Salamander's successors obsessed with water? Yeah, okay, that tracks, I guess. But regardless, this is kind of the compendium of all we know. In short, these are all the most obvious theories we have about the Lost Primarchs, and I think that's interesting. Now, I'm gonna give my hot take here, because I know a lot of people would disagree with me, especially because of aspects of this research that I do. I tend to watch a lot of other YouTubers' videos to kind of confirm ideas that I might be shaky on to see if they have found citations and sources that I might not know. And a lot of other lore tubers who play the tabletop agree that the Primarchs that have been lost should come back, and I disagree. I think that the Lost Primarch should stay gone forever. And my answer really isn't that nuanced. It is simply put, just creativity in a box is kind of how 40k has existed and subsisted up to this point. You are given this idea that there are 20 Primarchs and over 1,000 chapters and unfathomable amounts of chaos warbands that you could look into. So with that kind of blueprint of this is how a Space Marine is supposed to be built, you can inject whatever flavor you want into it. Say you don't like any of the chapters or legions on display, you can actually just make your own, and that's kind of the fun part of it. It is the creative aspect of unlimited freedom, but placing it in this kind of open-ended box that is, you can make a Space Marine chapter that has to follow these guidelines. Same with Primarchs. If you want to say that your chapter, your fan chapter, is a successor of the original Lost Primarch, then who's to say no? Except for some nerd that you're playing with who's a bit too sweaty and plays Blood Angels.
Yeah.
I swear it's always Blood Angels players. I don't know why. But
Is it
I don't have a
always
problem with this.
Blood
And I
Angels
think
players?
even further than that, I think it's a good thing, because having people create more fan content is better than having people create less, you know what I mean? With all that being said, I know a lot of people say that the story of the Primarchs, especially the lost ones, doesn't really fit this criteria anymore, because all the chapters have been discovered. People show that their preferences are, I just want to play the chapters that are on display, and if I want to make something, I'll make something, and whatever. But I disagree. It defeats the purpose of what original Warhammer was, and I'm not someone who's so conservative with my ideals about the hobby that I think that we should always kind of base our template off of Rogue Trader, because after starting reading that book, holy shit, that's wild. But I think that people are too uppity about how things should be creative. I think just the act of reading that book,
what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Is this legit? Is this canon? What?
holy shit, that's wild.
Real?
But I think that people are too uppity about how things should be creative. I think just the act of being creative in this fan base should be applauded, because I'm kind of an idiot. I just read the lore and explain it off to all of you, and that's how I get my creative expressive needs out. But people being able to creatively express themselves in a way where all of their ideas are put into this chapter that they put all this effort into, I find is way more endearing than anything I could ever put out there. Now, say what you want, I still think that my favorite video I've ever put out was either the Marauders video or the video on the Promethean Kings, where I just gaslight my entire audience into thinking that something's real. By the way, please go watch the Promethean Kings video. That is probably one of my favorite jokes I've ever told before. But I think that creativity and having a creative outlet, especially in this hobby, is a very important aspect to the hobby, as it gives us a place to unite. Everybody can be like, oh yeah, I made a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists, and this successor chapter is based around this gimmick, and then someone else with completely different beliefs and ideals can be like, oh, I did something similar, here's my chapter. And regardless of what your views are above the game, you can unite under that. And I think that solidarity through that kind of creative purpose is one of the most wholesome things about 40k, as weird as it is. I think trying to state if the Primarch should come back, or trying to state that the Primarch shouldn't come back, even though I said where my opinions firmly lie, I think it's just a moot point. It doesn't matter. It's an anachronism. It's not really an important point to make, because if you think so or if you think not, I think what matters is the discussion and the creative parts of talking about it. And That's where I stand. I think that the Lost Primarchs themselves are a beautiful sentiment of just make whatever. And whatever you think is canon is canon. Might not be correct in the lore, but it's there. I have played against so many friends who have played Angry Marines, which are not a canon chapter, I mean, arguably, but I think that it's cool that people can come together and make these kinds of things, and even if we disagree on how the lore should be done, at the end of the day, roll your dice, move your mice, and as long as the other person on the other end of the table isn't a dickhead, fuck it, right? Just play the game and have fun.
That's
I know
true.
this kind of got a little lost in the weeds towards the end here, but I want to know what you guys think about the Lost Primarchs, where they possibly went, and your idea of if they should come back or not, because I know it's a bit of a complicated topic to discuss. So with
Do you guys think the Lost Primarchs should come back? Maybe we need to delve more into this when I'm playing Rogue Trader. But do you guys think they need to come back? I don't think they need to come back. I think he's right. They don't need to come back. I think that maybe release like some information on the one that's canonically dead, but maybe the other one doesn't need to come back. But honestly, I don't think either of them need to come back. You know? Yeah, I think the aspect of the lore is more like having like the lore is a lot more fun. But like, I think it's fine. The mystery is what makes them interesting. That's true. That is very true. It is the mystery of it. It is the romance of it that makes them interesting. Got enough Lost Primarchs we could talk about? I think that like one of my favorite things about Warhammer is how open-ended it is, right? Like you can create your own like if you want to create your own like chapter, you totally could. And I think that's really nice. Like we're not boxing people into certain chapters unless you know you're one of those guys. But yeah, what next Primarch are you gonna watch? I think we're gonna watch I don't know if we'll keep watching any more today because I do have to get ready for a collab. But I think that the next time we do one of these Meet the Primarchs one, if I'm clinically insane, we will watch the 6-hour video. If I'm clinically insane, we'll watch a 6-hour video. But I have to go get ready for a collab, so I don't think we'll watch any more for tonight because we are kind of approaching 5 hours. It's kind of insane. But yeah, who are we collabing with? One of my co-highs in Glitch Stars, Arisa, she's asked if I play Monster Prom. And I was like, wait, you're telling me that there is a game where I can date guys? ? So we're playing it. Unreliable narrator is one of my favorite parts of Warhammer story. I do really appreciate the fact that it is so open-ended. I do think that, like, I don't know, I do think that, like, people's hit cannons can get a little too edgy, but it's okay. A game where you can date guys, apparently so. You can date women, too. But, you know, shit, just date in general, I suppose. Right? This game, Monster Prom, is awesome. I've only ever played it once, but I don't know what it's about. But yeah. Anyways, remember guys, Hell's Reach next week. I will do like a short Warhammer stream, but we're gonna be adding Hell's Reach. We'll be watching Hell's Reach in the Discord next week. Okay? So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. Just finally having a boyfriend. Thank you guys. Very excited for that. Apparently there is like a good chance they will reject you and you will end up alone, but I guess that is the L that we must take. What day exactly? Warhammer Wednesday. Warhammer Wednesday will be the day we watch Hell's Reach in the Discord. So no stream on that day. Instead, it will be movie night-ish. But yeah. Warhammer Wednesday, for sure. Well, I'll be blocking off my Wednesdays for Warhammer as much as I humanly can. But if my girls want to collab, then I'm sorry. Warhammer Wednesday will be Warhammer Thursday. I don't fucking know. The little girl one. Okay, I will keep that in mind. We'll react to Mysteries of 40K. I'll keep that in mind. We'll put it down. But right now, I am backlogged on like the sheer number of 40k videos I'd have to watch. So yeah. So I'll put it down. But I'll be like sorting out the videos by what I want the conversation topic to be for the day itself. Yeah. Do we need to search up the stream? No, it will if you guys follow the movie night roll, on Discord, it will be under, you know, movie night. So I will be pinging the movie night, I'll be pinging the movie night roll, and we'll all just hop into like the one call and watch it together. No mics allowed because, I don't know, sometimes people play like weird sounds, therefore, you know, no mics allowed. But yeah, Primarch dating sim. How can you date the Primarchs when they are so like turbo not interested in you? That's the question. Also, what's up with the question marks, Frozen? If the girls collab, they collab on Warhammer. I'm trying to get the girls to do Warhammer with me. I'm trying, but like, I do like want them to play Space Marines too before I ask them for a collab. Fulgrim had 6 wives. Fulgrim is also kind of crazy, bro. Which Primarch would you want to date? Rogal Dorn. Rogal Dorn. Yeah, I do want to get the girls pilled on like what is it? I do want to get the girls to play Space Marines too with me, like the operations, but I also want them to finish the story. So we're kind of like in that state where it's like, okay, until they've played it, I'll just hang on and wait. You know what I mean? Yeah, prepare for a boring conversation. Well, it do be like that. Yeah, Sunny and I are ready to play. We're just waiting to see if the other girls want to play too. But yeah, thank you so much for the follows. Your boy, the history nerd and soldier of evil. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be a fun day. I don't think the girls would want to do tabletop RPG. Only because I don't think they're nearly as pilled as I am. I don't think that that's necessarily their style. So I'm not gonna like push them to do like the actual tabletop stuff with me. It's probably not their style. They're not super into stuff like that, so it's okay. Lucas, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. And I think with that, we're just gonna look for someone to raid. Okay, we're gonna look for someone cool to raid. I wonder if any of my wives are. Why did I just type hash like /raid? Sunny is live, so we will be probably raiding Sunny. And let's see who's live on YouTube. Which one of my girls is live on YouTube? Maybe we don't raid anyone on YouTube. Who knows? You know what? Do you guys like? We'll look for more Warhammer stuff. Warhammer people to raid. Let's see who's live right now on the Warhammer tab. That is probably cool. There's someone called Mountain Miniatures. Do you guys like them? It looks like they're playing Warhammer, the tabletop. Good night, Blue Pie. Good night. It's Huntail, you've been here for a while. Yeah, so Twitch chat, you guys are going to Sunny Explosion. You guys are going to Sunny Explosion, and YouTube chat, if you guys want to be here, you guys are going to Mountain Miniatures. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys are excited. I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a great time for you guys because I think they do actual like Warhammer content, which is gonna be great for you guys, huh? Finally, you guys will get it. You guys will get the good content. Oh wait, hold up. Oh, okay, I can't raid into them, unfortunately. So I think YouTube chat, I'm sorry you're not getting raided into anyone. I'm very unfortunate. They do not have redirects allowed. 07's in the chat. So I guess we're just ending the stream here then. Thank you guys for being here. We will keep up Warhammer Wednesday next week. We will be watching Hell's Reach instead. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, the Warhammer bros, you guys aren't getting rated in, I'll send you the link. You guys can just go direct. But yeah, I'll see you guys next week, okay? I love you guys. See you guys in the Discord. And no, Holographic, thank you so much for the follow. Bye guys. Bye. Thanks for being here. Bye. And I just sent off Twitch chat, so YouTube chat. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Bye guys. Bye.